Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Back at you with a new video. Today is Thursday, July 21st, 2022, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. So we got the Giants and Dodgers on ESPN. I just got done watching the Jeter documentary, episode 2. It's magnificent. Even if you're not a Yankees fan or a Jeter fan, but anything behind the scenes, when we get a player like that, like the Jordan documentary or any 30 for 30, I highly recommend watching that Derek Jeter documentary. It's very, very good. And I know a lot of people are going to be anticipating this particular stream because you guys know that I'm going to break down the stats and the analytics, and I'm going to give you the reasons why my list is better than the other lists that are on ESPN, NFL.com, CBS Sports, Pat McAfee Show, Good Morning Football, or any other outlet that's out there. And like I said, there's a lot of top 10 lists that are out there. And we see a lot of these Madden rankings that are out there, but a lot of this shit is out there. It's clickbait. It's not even realistic. Like having Madden ratings, right? And you don't have Jamar Chase in the top 10, let alone not in the top 5. I mean, you have no credibility whatsoever with people that actually give a damn, that know the sport of football. So I'm going to definitely give you guys brand new pictures. It took me about an hour and a half to 2 hours to prep for this particular show. And I'll do this for the wide receiver show, the tight end show, the offensive line show, the defensive line show, the linebacker show, the safety show, the corner show, right? And also the coaches show and the punter and kicker show. So I'm going to go definitely deep and look at the love that we get. Even before the stream even starts, who is that handsome devil right there? Oh, it's me, Eagles John, $20 dono on the Cash App before the stream even started. Let's go. Bang, bang, baby. That's a good start. That's a good start. Appreciate you very, very much. And obviously, when we go through every stream, all right, I want to make sure that we don't forget what's important in life. And things important in life are mental health, you know, and obviously Paisley Pup. And, you know, you want to make sure that you're doing yourself, you know, justice, and you're giving yourself the proper opportunity to win and succeed in life. Okay. And I will always refer back to this quote, probably for the rest of my life. Okay. And Jim Carrey said it best. He said, I believe depression is legitimate. And you guys already know my story and how I've been in it really deep, depression and anxiety. But depression is legitimate. But I also believe that if you don't exercise, eat nutritious food, get sunlight, get enough sleep, consume positive material, listen to music, surround yourself with support, you're not giving yourself a fighting chance. And it's something to remember, because if you are in a funk right now and you're depressed or you have anxiety or you're just feeling like you're giving up on yourself or life, don't. You know, all you got to do is start checking off the boxes and understanding what makes you tick. And if you're a routine person, trust me. I mean, I'm the type of guy, I can get along with anybody. All right, I can go play beer pong with the homies for 5-6 hours, get drunk, smoke, and have a great time. But, you know, when you get to be 40 years old and you've been grinding on this dream for 10 years, you know, you can't do that. You know what I mean? And some of my friends, they don't understand because they don't understand my vision and my dream. This, what I'm doing is bigger than them. It's bigger than me. It's the legacy. It's my brand. And obviously, if you guys know me, I give it 100% effort on every single stream. Okay. And it's all about not being biased, not having the extra, you know, clickbait or hot takes. It's all about facts and giving you guys the best, because you know what? You guys fucking deserve it, because you guys are the fucking champs. All right. And I ended up doing 2 lists for you guys today, because obviously when I break down my list, there might be a couple guys that are missing. So first I'm going to do a top 5 most athletic in the NFL list, because there's going to be a guy or two that might be in that top 5 list that's not in the top 10. And you have to understand that that guy could be a top 10 running back this year. But when certain guys get injured year in, year out, I know you're great, but motherfucker, can you stay healthy? And that's the question. So we're going to be going over a lot of these things. I'll go over the top 5 most athletic. So you guys get 2 lists. Your boy put in extra work. We'll be streaming for the next 5 hours or more. So get buckled in, get your fucking popcorn. I got my Modelo Gelada. I got my fucking gummies. I'm ready to go. Eric in the building. What to do? Eagles John, $20 dono on the Cash App before the stream started. Let's go. Michael is in the building. New world order for life, brother. Ooh, yeah. And if you are NWO, you're NWO for life, brother. Ooh, yeah. Michaela in the building representing the Wolf Pack because the Wolf Pack is just too sweet. I love you. Appreciate you. I hope you're doing good today. Let's go down and see who's in the room. And I know a lot of people have been messaging me today. They're anticipating my list. And I guarantee you, I did not go on ESPN, NFL.com, CBS Sports, Pat McAfee Show, Good Morning Football, The Herd. If anything, these motherfuckers come to me to be able to get the info. I'm not going to be biased. I'm going to give you the list. And it's not going to be like any other fucking list on planet Earth. And that's the bottom line because O-Dog said so. All right. My boy Jake, Mariners tomorrow, baby. We're trying to tie that record against the Astros. Like, let's get it. We got Marco tomorrow. The following game will be Verlander. So I'm not sure if we're going to be able to beat the record, but it's so fitting that it's against the fucking Cheestros. And if we beat Verlander, we break the record. I mean, I couldn't ask for a sweeter outcome. If we lose, we lose. But we're going to be able to tie that record tomorrow. And obviously, it's sold out in Seattle tomorrow. Exciting. So we got Giants-Dodgers on the TV. I got 2 lists for you that I've spent about 2 hours compiling. And to show you guys I put in maximum effort, we're going to get brand new pictures that I already went through. Took me about 2 hours to give you guys the stats. I got everything here in front of me, and we're going to have a great time tonight. All right? Going to be interesting how they fit Haniger, Lewis, France, Santana all in the lineup. Well, you know, we have a good manager, so Scott Service will find a way. That's a big fact. Sarah Small in the building. How are you? The lead mod is going to hold it down. Colts in the building. $20 already. That's a great sign. Sometimes we get 20, 50, 100 from Eagles John before the stream starts. Sometimes Mr. Williams does the same. Thank you so much, man, because I really take this seriously. And for anybody that's new to the channel, I've been doing this for 10 years. All right. You know, I've been on YouTube for 6. This is not just for fun. This is my legacy. This is my name on the line. Okay. Michael in the building. I'm good. How are you, man? I'm excited for this show. Anytime we do a show that's going to be a top 10 list, I'm going to put in 1,000 times more effort than anyone on YouTube, Twitch, or on planet Earth. That's facts. Let me see here. Yes, definitely recommend watching The Captain, Jeter, the documentary, first 2 episodes. Straight. What is it? Straight. Fire. It is so fire. And even if you don't like Jeter, trust me, it's a fun watch, and it's like behind the scenes stuff too. Bernie Williams, Cashman, obviously Steinbrenner when he's still alive. Pretty fucking cool. I recommend it. Toby in the building. What to do? Jags, Duval in the building. You would think I would forget people, but I don't. I don't forget your names. I don't forget your favorite teams or where you live. I remember y'all. Holly Hundo in the building. Happy Thursday in the building. Megan's in the building from Australia. What to do? Madden doesn't know. And like I said, a lot of people, they even question me. You know what I mean? But like I said, if Good Morning Football and Peter Schrager are watching and they're getting stuff from me, and EA Sports and Madden watch me to be able to come up with something clever, catchphrase-wise or stats-wise, it shows you who the leader in sports is. And it ain't ESPN. It's NWSF. All right? Thank you so much, Eagles John, for the early dono. Appreciate you guys very, very much. Michael got COVID. I'm so sorry to hear that. Hopefully things get better for you. Prayers up for our boy, Michael. Pizzo, hey. I saw you at the baseball game, had to post. I imagine you had a great time there in Miami. I'm going to Miami. I see you. Dolphins, fins up. Let's see here. Happy Thursday, everybody. And you already know when I put a list together, it's going to be fucking spectacular. All right. And, not everyone will maybe agree with me, position by position, placement of the numbers, but it is a top 10 list. So, I mean, there's a little bit of wiggle room, but I guarantee my list is not like anyone else's. And once I do put out my list, watch for a lot of people to copy me, obviously on the networks as well as on YouTube channels across the globe, baby. All right, we're about to get to first pitch. White is on the mound. This is one of the Dodgers' worst pitchers. So I'm not really sure what we're going to have here, but I'm ready to go. Let's see here. Jake, he says, my top 10. JT, Henry, Eckler, Harris, Chubb, Dalvin Cook, Kamara, Jones, Fournette, Barkley. Okay. And obviously, sometimes, people, when they do lists, they'll do it based off fantasy rankings. Sometimes I'm just going to do it in general overall. Not bad of a list. But one glaring aspect, I'm a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan. All right. Jake hasn't even seen. Come on, baby. The NWSF chain. Let's go. All right. I'm a Bucs fan, true and true. Leonard Fournette is nowhere near being a fucking top 10 player. And even when he was in his prime, maybe he was, a top 5 running back for a couple seasons. He's nowhere near the top 10. And obviously there's a couple other people on there, debatable. All right, but the one glaring one is Fournette is not top 10. But everyone else, you could get a free pass with that. That's facts. Caitlin, one of my favorites in the building. Hi, how are you? I'm ready for some facts. If you got them for me sometime in the near future. About to fly back to Milwaukee, but I want to stop by and say hello. We miss you. We love you. How are you? Packers in the building. What to do? Let me see here. Jake, he says he can't trust CMC. Well, you definitely can say that, right? But then you could also say you can't trust Saquon Barkley. He's been injured too. You know what I mean? So there's quite a few people that you could say that you don't trust, but that's why, I put these lists together because I go over every single facet of the game. Let's see here. Looking forward to the top 10 because, to be honest, I haven't done a ton of research of running backs, and I'm going to give it to you. And it's based on, not necessarily what was done last year. This is what I think is going to be this season's top 10. But there's a couple, names that we can obviously go over as well that could kind of surprise some people too. There's going to be a few of those. Okay. Let's scroll down here. I think I got everyone. Brute Saint in the building. What to do? How are you, bro? How are you? I know you were going to come in this list. He said AK is still top 5. I don't care. Saints fans, we'll see. We'll see if O-Dog has got the Saints running back Alvin Kamara in the top 10. And if I have him in the top 5 or not. Michael, what do you think about the Kyle Rudolph signing? I like it. Like I said, it's only 1 year. We didn't overpay. We didn't pay a whole lot of money for Kyle Rudolph. I'm still hoping that we get Gronk in November. But, for 1 year to get a little bit of depth, we don't have O.J. Howard anymore. We have Cameron Brate. We obviously drafted a tight end. And now we're going to end up having, a little bit more, I guess, trust and stability. I mean, I don't really know what we're going to get out of him if he's going to be able to play the whole year. I mean, we obviously know him from the Vikings and then last year with the Giants. And obviously, if you end up playing 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years, you typically slow down a little bit. But I'm excited. I had a feeling that this was going to be the guy that we most likely were going to be targeting and that we were going to get. And I'm happy. I'm happy that we got him and we didn't have to pay too much to get him. Ryan Shrek, as an unbiased Chiefs fan, CEH is top 3. I laughed at myself while typing this. Well, you already know. And maybe there are some Chiefs fans that think that he is top 3. He's nowhere near top 3, nowhere near top 5, and nowhere even near the top 10. But I do hope that he gets better, and hopefully he can turn himself into close to a top 10, 12, running back, but we'll see. Jameis Ameza in the building. What to do? Let's go, Mr. Williams. Bang, bang, bang. Let's go. So $20 from Eagles John, $50 from Mr. Williams. Appreciate you, brother. You already know what it is. I love you, and I appreciate you. You are the fucking champ. I love you. Let's get it, baby. And like I said, I'll make sure I give you proper love as usual. Let's go. Let's get it. Dodgers are on right now. Kershaw's not pitching, but we already know what we're going to get from him. And Mookie Betts, you already know what it is there as well. My boy, Mr. Williams in the building. And let me get a quick Aaron Donald or Cooper Cup on here. Let's do a Cooper Cup. Let's do a quick Cooper Cup. I know I got a nice one in here to show a little love for my boy who's a Dodger and a Ram fan. Let's get it, baby. Let's get it. Will Cooper Cup be my number 1 receiver on my wide receiver list in a few days? You'll have to wait and find out. My bro, let's go, baby. Bang, bang, $50. Let's get it. And I think I'm really most proud of it with my list. There's no bias. No bias whatsoever. It's just straight facts. I'm not putting the fandom. It's like I'm pretty much looking at it from an outside perspective as if I'm the owner or the GM. Who would I want to start my team? And also going based off the stats. I got the stats for every single top 10 running back on my list, as well as brand new pictures for everyone as well. Let's go, baby. Let's get it. Appreciate you guys very, very much. Already at $70. And let's do one more since we ended up getting a fitty for the Space Kitty. We got to make sure we hit Mr. Williams up with the astronaut kitty. It's what we need to do. Let's go. What a generous donation. Eagles John with the 20. And then I appreciate you with the large and in charge dono there, the big 5-0. Appreciate you very, very much. And like I said, I've been up since 7 a.m. Took Paisley for a walk. So I've been anticipating this stream. And like I said, I do put everything in it. And you guys will, some will agree, some won't. But if you disagree, you can look at my list and be like, okay, that makes sense. $50, my boy. Let's get it. Appreciate you. 70s and dollars in donos. Let's get it. 50 for the Space Kitty. Let's go. Said, as a biased Chiefs fan, I think that's very generous. I dig your Florida Gators profile pick, though. Absolutely. Let's go. Boop. We appreciate you. Let's go. And we already know it's a joke. Megan with a $2 donation, wearing the Largent jersey of power today. Great to hear. Absolutely. Let me get you a quick Steve Largent for your generosity. And we'll go into my top 5 list of athleticism. I did an extra one for you guys today, obviously, because I have to go over some of these pieces because some of them might not be in the top 10, and you have to understand why. Okay. Let me see here. Where are you? There we go. Let me try to find a little representation for you. Let's go here. Got to delete a few. It only lets me keep 100 photos in the bank. So I got to sometimes delete some and make room for others. But I got you. All right, let's scroll down here. And let's represent a little Steve Largent all the way in Australia. Megan in the building. Appreciate you. Bang, bang. $2 donation. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Bang, bang. Let's go. All right, let's keep it moving. And I'll get to, let's see it scroll down here. We got another Pizzle with a $1. Appreciate you. And I'll throw up a couple photos here. And then I'll get into my list. And let me get you a fire. Let me get you a fire Miami Dolphins, because I know you. Okay. So let's see here. Where is it? There we go. Right here. Gotta make some room. Got so many fucking photos in here. All right, where are you? There he is. There you are. There you are. Perfect. All right, some glory here for you. Maybe not so much for the Chiefs fans, but I'll still show you some love. Bang, bang. Tyreek, the freak hill, the cheetah. 99 cents for my boy Pizzle. Thank you so much. Bang, bang. Let's go. God, we're off to a good start, huh? Everyone loves my top 10 list. Let's go. So the only thing I know about this list, Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry will be on it, but no Chiefs will be, but just being a realist. That is true. That is true. Super sticker from Sarah. I appreciate you. Let's go. Colts in the building. Let's get it, Sarah. I appreciate you. $74. Let's go. Let me see here and scroll through. Brute Saints got a list. Let's take a peek. My top 10 in no order. JT, Henry, AK, Eckler, Naji, Mixon, Chubb, Aaron Jones. I'll sprinkle in Connor, but you can switch him with others. No CMC, Cook, or Barkley because handicaps don't count. I hear you. I hear you. It's tough because we can't predict injuries and we can't predict who's going to have a bounce back year. So Finley in the building. What to do? Brute CMC isn't a handicap when healthy. He's top 3. Very debatable, Finley. And we'll get in here. And he said, well, top 5. And obviously, we'll go over this list too as well. Jameson Meza, King Henry should be number 1. Just saying, we will go in this. Hey, I haven't shown that photo too often, and I obviously have been saving it for you, Pizzle. It's a nice one. Let's take your comment down so you can just kind of soak it all in. Chiefs fans, I know it's a little tough, but for a Dolphin fan, I mean, this is something that you've been looking forward to, hopefully, since you passed on Herbert for Tua, I mean, at least this will make up for a little bit of that. Birdman in the building. What up, fam? How are you? All right, so first, let's get into my list of my 5 most athletic running backs in the league, and you can move around some of these guys. And the purpose of doing this is that there might be someone in this list in my top 5 and most athletic that might not be in my top 10. Dodgers with a homer. Freddie. Let's go. Hold up. And I'm about to get into this. Let's go, baby. Freeman, baby. Freddie. 1-0 Dodgers. Exit velocity 107 miles per hour, 407 feet. Right down the middle. Take that, Giants. 1-0 Dodgers. All right. So in my list for the most athletic, I mean, there's guys that I can move around, at 3, 4, and 5. But for athleticism, there's a lot of guys that I could put here. But let's just reward one of those guys. At number 5, let's put in Jonathan Taylor. And this is not number 5 overall in my list. This is most athletic. Coming from a guy that obviously had amazing talent at Wisconsin. You already knew that this guy was incredibly special, but it just seems like everyone wanted to sleep on this guy. And if you are a fan of Wisconsin football, or if you watch the Rose Bowl against Justin Herbert, which I've watched many, many times, and I've watched this guy play, this guy was just built a little bit different. This guy's got all kinds of athleticism. I mean, he can hit you through the guards and the tackles. He can bounce outside, and he's easily a guy that can get you 10 to 15 tutties in a year consistently. But there's going to be opportunities for 15, 16, 17, 18, and possibly even 19 or 20 tutties. And I could have put Jonathan Taylor on the athleticism factor a little bit higher, but there's a couple other guys that are very athletic. And when you think of athletic running backs, these other 4 are considered a little bit more athletic. So at number 5, Jonathan Taylor, I think you're the 5th most athletic, but you could have put Derrick Henry there and a lot of other guys that are sprinkled in the mix. But I just wanted to do an extra list for you guys, okay? At number 4, based off athleticism, you already know what it is. It's our boy, AK-41, Alvin Kamara. All right, this is a guy that makes it so easy. Sometimes it feels like he's just jogging out there. He can score 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 touchdowns, it seems, when it's the holidays on Thanksgiving or Christmas. He can leap over you. Obviously, we've seen it many, many times against the Rams and other opponents. He's got the jukes. He's got the spin moves. He can do the hurdles. I mean, he is almost like a human joystick, like a Dante Hall. Very smooth. But, all right, with AK-41, we are worried about the suspension, okay? We are worried if you're going to be suspended 6 games. Because if you're going to be suspended for 6 games, for you and your boys curb stomping that guy in the elevator, what's going to be with Calvin Ridley? 1 year? And then what are we going to get from Deshaun Watson? About the same? It doesn't make sense. But I definitely wanted to show some love for AK-41, Alvin Kamara. Definitely a very athletic running back. And when you think of athletic running backs, I think you think of AK-41 before you think of Jonathan Taylor. Even though Jonathan Taylor is incredibly athletic, there's just a few other guys that you feel the athleticism with what they do with their legs, spin moves, jukes, hurdles, that type of thing. Number 4, Alvin Kamara. This is just my top 5 list for athleticism. Number 3 is a guy that burst onto the scene. He was doing this in college. So we already knew Alabama roll tide. All right. Crimson Tide. You got Naji Harris. And this is a guy that, is going to be borderline on some top 10 lists, maybe on the outside on a few, but I think he had a great year, obviously, last season. 307 attempts, 1,200 yards, 7 tutties, 3.9 average. But we already know with him, he's got the jukes, he's got the hurdles. And when I think of athleticism, I mean, I definitely think of Jonathan Taylor, and I definitely think of AK-41, but I can think of 3 other guys instantly that are more athletic based on things like this that they do. Number 3, Naji Harris for my 5 most athletic running backs in the NFL. At number 2, I had to give you the best photos on planet Earth. If this doesn't scream athleticism, I don't know really what does. I could have put him definitely at number 1. And with Saquon Barkley, the problem with this guy is, just like CMC and a few others who I actually have at number 1, these guys right now are so athletic, but sometimes being so athletic, right, leads to injuries. And we haven't been able to see a healthy Saquon in quite a few years. And the same thing goes for Christian McCaffrey, run CMC. Will they be able to play a season, all the way through? Chances are probably not. Will you be able to lead the Giants to anything but fourth place in the NFC East? Probably not. But there is a chance that if they stay healthy for a full season, Danny Dimes is gone. But this isn't a great example of the athleticism you can get with Saquon. And if he's healthy for a full year, the Giants can get close to maybe 8 or 9 wins, right? Even with the Washington Commandos and the Cowboys. I got the Eagles winning the division. But, if they don't get him healthy for a year, you're probably only winning 4, 5, 6 games, right? You know what I mean? But if you get this, and you get this on a consistent basis, you're going to be able to get closer to 8 or 9 wins. Maybe Danny Dimes, doesn't have to press so hard, and he can kind of let the game come to him. It's a big year for Danny Dimes and a big year. And we could get comeback player of the year in Saquon Barkley. Amazing photo. Number 2, who could obviously be number 1 with this photo alone. And then at number 1, it's Christian McCaffrey. I mean, these 2 guys are probably the 2 biggest disappointments in fantasy football drafts besides Zeke Elliott. Zeke Elliott just said, he just doesn't have it anymore. Tony Pollard is better, okay? If you watch film and you actually watch the Cowboys, I get it. It's political, all right? But the Zeke is not in my top 10, all right? Zeke, I'm not even sure if is a top 15 running back. I think there's a lot of guys I would rather want than him. He was great at Ohio State, the Ohio State University. All right, Zeke Elliott. He was good in his rookie year when he had 3 Pro Bowl linemen. But since then, the stats kind of lie. The stats aren't really too bad. He does get in the end zone. He does make a difference. But a lot of times, he doesn't burst for like 30-yard touchdowns, 50-yard touchdowns. A lot of it is garbage time on the goal line. And I want to see a little bit more from Zeke. And I want to see Saquon stay healthy as well as run CMC. And if he stays healthy for a full year, they can get close to 8, 9, 10 wins, depending on what they get at quarterback from Baker Mayfield or Sam Darnold. But, I mean, you can definitely get, half of your wins alone with a guy like this. He can get you to 8 or 9 just by having someone like this healthy throughout the year. You can still lose a lot, but, I mean, if he's the regular run CMC, you're in trouble. You're not going to be able to stop him, but we don't know. Comeback player of the year? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. And those are going to be guys that I want to go over. And the main reason I made this top 5 list is because I don't have Saquon Barkley in my top 10. And I wanted to make this list to describe to you why. Because, yes, he's got the athleticism, but I just don't really know if we believe he can stay healthy for a year. And I know we have a lot of doubts with this guy. But when he's healthy, right, CMC is a top 5 running back. When Saquon is healthy, he is a top 10 running back. Probably not top 5 anymore, but somewhere through 6 through 10. He's got to earn it again. And we got to be able to see if you got it. I've seen you working out. I know you're ripped, but just because you're ripped and you're popular doesn't mean that you're going to be able to stay healthy. And that's big facts. And then I also want to quickly bring this up once I get into my main list, because this was the big news of the day. And obviously you guys know how I feel about Kyler Murray. And you guys know how I feel about Lamar Jackson. Kyler Murray got a huge extension today, and me and Sarah talk about it, and a lot of the outlets don't like it. You know what I mean? And I don't really like Kyler that much or Lamar. I think that they could be much, much better, right? But, right, they did give them a crazy amount of money, right? And you're like, what the hell is going on here? Is he really worth, this kind of money? And the answer is no, but the thing is, imagine the Cardinals, right? Imagine the Cardinals without Kyler Murray, okay? Just imagine for a second without Kyler Murray, right? What is the Cardinals' record? Honestly, 4 wins, right? 5 wins, 3 wins. It's not good. Imagine, right, obviously, the Ravens, right, without Lamar Jackson. How many wins are you getting there? Slightly more, because their team overall, to me, is better. Besides, you lost Hollywood Brown, so we got to see if you can stay healthy with the running backs. So let me flip that around. If they can get someone like Julio and add a few pieces before the season starts, the Ravens have a chance, to be somewhat of a wild card sleeper. The Cardinals are the better team, but Lamar is the better quarterback than Kyler. They both have a lot to improve. But again, without Lamar, you have a better backup there, right? So you could probably win 5, 6, 7 games without Lamar. But it's just like the amount of money that these guys are getting paid, is crazy. But again, the reason why they are going this particular route, why? Because they have no other choice. Because if you let this guy go, right, what are you going to get in return? What are you going to really get in return? And I know $46 million, and this big amount is crazy. with Kyler Murray, but it's just one of those things that you have to understand. The NFL is a business. So some guys are going to get overpaid. And when guys get overpaid, then other teams have to compensate. And I know, obviously, he's not, worth this kind of money. He's just not. He's just not worth that kind of money. But let me pull up the exact amount here so we can go over here. And then Josh Rosen got a 1-year deal with the Cleveland Browns. Obviously, no surprise there. He wants to compete. And let me scroll down here. So Kyler Murray agreeing to a 5-year extension worth $230.5 million, making him one of the NFL's highest paid quarterbacks, the most overrated besides Lamar Jackson. You can't win a playoff game. You don't play good in November and December. But guess what? You're a number one pick. They don't got a choice, because if they let you walk, right, what are you going to get in return? Somebody shittier. Bottom line. He's a top 12 quarterback. Most of the time we thought he was top 10, but other guys like Herbert, Burrow, Allen are getting better. And there's a lot of other guys like Brady and Stafford that are still in the league. So you're not top 10 anymore. Okay. Same thing with Lamar. You're not top 10 anymore. Now, I think that Lamar and Kyler are great, but again, if you don't, have these two guys, what's the record? A little slightly better for maybe the Ravens, maybe, but the Cardinals definitely and the Ravens are only going to be 4, 5, 6 win teams if they don't have these guys. But with Kyler and with Lamar, right, you actually have a chance, all right, a chance to get to 10 wins. And I think anyone can agree to that. I'm not saying that they're going to win 12, 13, 14, 15 games, you know what I mean? But they have a chance, to be a wild card team. And there's a chance that the Cardinals make the playoffs, but I don't think the Ravens do. I got 44 comments, my God. So we got a lot of comments in here. Let me go back and go through the list. I do appreciate you guys very, very much. Birdman in the building. What to do? Eagles John. Hey, everyone. Mental holiday today. Went up to Hampton Beach, New Hampshire. It was hazy, hot, and fantastic. That is great to hear. We are going to be going to Sauvie Island, obviously, to the Lake River area in a couple days, Saturday morning, all day. And then I'll be back Saturday night, obviously, and we'll be doing the normal stream. So that's awesome to hear for your mental health, Eagles John. That's awesome. Let me scroll down here and see what other comments we have here as well. Yeah, I mean, if you actually watch college football, and that's why I'm so good with my predictions, is that I watch more college football than most people on planet Earth. Like, I usually watch 4 or 5 games in entirety on top of NFL games on Sunday, Monday, and Thursday. So if you want to be able to know how to, be an expert in the NFL, you have to watch college football. If you don't, you're not going to know enough. You know what I mean? You have to be able to know the sleepers before they become superstars. That's how you get ahead of the curve, and how I'm able to predict so many things correctly. And that is big facts. Let's see here. Brute Saint in the building. What to do? Let's see here. Finley says, as a Panthers fan, I have the most respect to Drew Brees and AK-41. Sucks that Naji has a shitty O-line. Same with Barkley. Yeah. I mean, obviously, we know that those O-lines are bad, bad, bad. Yes. And obviously, when I saw that photo, I decided to make sure. I could have been lazy and, did old photos, but I want to make sure I'm showing my effort for you guys, because there's a lot of people out there, that stream, but they don't put the effort and they cut corners. And I'm not about cutting corners. I'm about giving you guys the fucking best. Let's take a quick look at the Cash App to see if there's anything in here as well. And of course there is. We're doing an amazing job already. Eagles John with a 20, Mr. Williams with a 50. And guess what? Eagles John did that yesterday. He did a 50 on the Cash App, and then he did a 50, right, on the Super Chat, right? We got the same thing going on here today. All right, we got Mr. Williams with a 50 on the Super Chat, and then we got a $33 dono on the Cash App for mental health. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate you very, very much. So let me delete a couple photos here. And let's get the Cooper Cup back up. To show some representation here for my boy. All right. There we go. He's a stud. Eastern Washington, baby. Let's go. Mr. Williams, $33 dono on the Cash App. Let's go. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. And it's for mental health. Let's go. Let's go. Bang, 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 bang. Mr. Williams, let's get it. My boy, $33 dono. Cheers to you. I should open up this beer. You are the champ, just like Eagles John, Holly Hundo, and many, many others in the room. I appreciate you. That's my face. 33. Oh, you're too good to me. Appreciate you, brother. And I'll give you some Dodger love as well. Let's get it. Let's get it. 1-0 Dodgers. And let me throw up a Freddie Freeman here just to cap it off. Freddie. I see you. Got a couple other Freddies, but this one is my favorite. So we'll go back to this one and we'll show some more because there's a chance that he might homer again. And he's on TV. Shout out to you, bro. I appreciate you very, very much. Let me go back up to the comments so that way we don't miss too many people and we'll get in here very quickly. And obviously we had Megan donate earlier, and then we had Pizzle, and then we had Sarah. So shout out to you guys. Let me see and scroll down. I got you with the cheetah, Pizzle. Birdman is in the building. How are you? This is awesome to hear. Let's throw up a little Wes love, huh? Let's throw up a little bit of Wes Hopkins, baby. Obviously, since you did the dono before the stream started, and let me do this for you. Let's go. Appreciate you, Eagles John. Before the stream even started, we got off to a very good start, and it is right there. Eagles John with a $20 dono on the Cash App before the stream started. Bang, bang. Appreciate you. And a fire photo of our guy right there. And let me get you one more for your generosity. Can't understate, what it means to me to have the support that I have from people like you guys. You guys are fantastic people, and I love you, and I appreciate you very, very much. So one sec here. Let me get you one more. Wes Hopkins. Well, let me actually take care of you the proper way. Let's go Jerome Brown, because I know you're like one of your favorites besides Wes. I know you have a jersey of him. So let's give that representation there. Then I can delete the other file, and then I can get you another Wes, because that's what we do here. You take care of the people that take care of you. It's a very simple concept. Okay. Appreciate you guys tremendously. Let's see here. Where are you at, Wes? There you are. I can go a football card. There's some good ones. Got some really good ones too. But I want to go to this one. This was a cool one from yesterday. I see you. And then the Falcons in the red. I fucking love it. I know some people don't like that color. It's more of like a blood red. But I love the helmets. I know Eagles John is not too keen on those jerseys or the pants or maybe the socks and whatnot, the leggings, but I like it. It reminds me of the 80s, so anything 80s, I could care less if it's sky blue, blood red, or Kelly green, or anything in between. I love it. And shout out to you, Mike, dude. Appreciate you, my bro. $20 on the Cash App before the stream started. And no, that is not Mario Lopez in the corner there. That is me, yo boy. Appreciate you guys. All right, let's scroll down here and get a little bit closer, and then we'll start my top 10 list. So I wanted to give you two because, like I said, I'm a grinder. I'm always working. I'm always grinding to give you guys a reason why I don't have Saquon in my top 10. I want to put him there, but there's just other guys that I think are more deserving, but there is someone that, could break through into the top 10. There you go. There we go. Washed your hair, took a shower. That's good. It's always great for the mental health to do those type of things. You got to make sure you're getting that sunlight as well. I think Zeke has fallen off, though, because if you actually look at his running style, I don't know how many Cowboy games you watch. I watch almost every one. And when you watch him, his vision isn't as good, right? Obviously, we know he's a great running back from the Ohio State University, but when you go from 3 Pro Bowl linemen, right, and then you go down to having like 1 or 2, and then those guys get hurt, with Travis Frederick and obviously Tyron Smith, it's not really the same continuity or chemistry, but it seems like, he doesn't really follow his blockers as well as Tony Pollard. Tony Pollard puts his foot down in the ground and he goes forward. And I think the players play harder for him. Zeke is just, best friends, obviously, with Dak. And it's really political. 2-0 Dodgers. Let's go. But Zeke's numbers are still good, right? But I just feel, to me personally, and we can agree to disagree, but I don't think he's as good. If you want to put Zeke, I would put him borderline top 10, like 10, 11, 12, somewhere in that range, 13. But he's not in my list anymore. He was always in my list, but not anymore. But I see where you're coming from, but you have to see where I'm coming from too. He still scores touchdowns more than some of my guys in my top 10. And now you don't have Amari Cooper, so I know you're going to be able to get in the end zone. They'll go to him, but I just think his skill set, he just seems kind of like Jameis a little bit, kind of too goofy for me. He's always just, kind of being too playful. Sometimes I need you to be like, I don't want to see you smiling all the time. I want you to get serious, okay? It's like, you can't be smiling all the time. I need to see, I need to see this. I need to see this out of your face, Jameis, and I need to see that from you, Zeke. You know what I mean? But sometimes it's a little bit like, you're just thinking about what's for dinner, and it's like, I'm not sure if you're fully into the game. You're like a multimillionaire now. Do you care anymore? And sometimes I feel with certain players, it's like, it's like, are you really focused on the game? And I think Jameis is actually more locked in and focused. He just does goofy things and goofy workout things. Zeke is, I don't want to say he's a goofball, but sometimes he kind of seems like a goofball. You know what I mean? And I think Dak steps up for him and stands up for him too. So, we'll see where it goes. But like I said, everyone's going to have their own opinion on the list. So let me see here. I'm just scrolling up, and I promise I will get caught up. Birdman's in the building. Sarah's in the building. Megan's in the building. Brute Saint's in the building. And even if we agree to disagree, Brute Saint's really intelligent. He's really smart. He's not going to be, like with me, we can be civil, and he can be Saints, fuck the Bucks, fuck the Panthers, fuck the Falcons in private or with his friends. But when you come here, you know what I mean? We can, we know that there's a rivalry and there's going to be a little bit of hatred between the Bucks and Saints. We don't have to pretend or beat around the bush. But he, at least as a Saint fan, can be like, you know what? Mike Evans is a good player. And I can be like, you know what? Lattimore is a good player. You know what I mean? But some Saints fans can't even do that. So shout out to you. I appreciate you. Naji and Barkley got kind of shitty lines for sure. All right, I'm scrolling down. Finley is in the building. Hard to upgrade without factoring heavily on durability. See a Saquon. And another reason why I don't have Saquon in my top 10 list, right, is like, this is great, but you have no O-line. So you're going to get hurt. It's going to happen. Naji Harris will be more durable, right, than Saquon. Saquon just seems like you are so muscular. You know what I mean? It's like, this guy's never going to get hurt, but so is this guy. Incredibly athletic. He's got the quads. He's got the legs. He does a lot of jumping around. But sometimes when you do a lot of fucking jumping around, side to side, up over guys, that's how you get hurt. You know what I mean? And so I love you, and I really love you, man. But I just, that's what we have to do. We have to be smart about it, and that's facts. They're making Mahomes' crazy contract look pretty reasonable right now. Yeah, can you imagine what the Josh Allen and Justin Herbert and Burrow's going to be like? My God. I mean, it's going to be like 50 million, 55 million, 60 million a year. It's going to get to that point as the salary cap keeps increasing and with more money. I think what Apple or one of these companies is going to win Sunday Ticket for like $3 billion. Kick some of that money to O-Dog's way for my coverage on the NFL. My goodness, that's crazy, huh? Let's see here. Let's scroll through. Sports Freak YT, which I assume stands for YouTube or something else. I can't believe Matt had put Kamara at 91. Well, obviously, we already know that their lists are inaccurate. Kyler is underrated. I disagree. I think Kyler is overrated. You show me the stats, and obviously, and you look at what he does in September and October. I've watched this guy at Oklahoma, and Kyler obviously is a good player, all right, but he doesn't step up when it counts. he doesn't play good in November and December, he can't win a playoff game. Neither can Lamar. So it's like, I get it. Some people like him because he's popular. Some people like him because he plays video games. He can play with FaZe Clan and they're popular. People like him because he's athletic and he can play on the Oakland A's because he got drafted there and he's popular. But guess what? Popularity don't mean shit in winning football games and winning Super Bowls. It just doesn't. You know what I mean? Like, he can feel good about himself, and obviously they could have held out longer. But like I said, for all the things, that Kyler does, I like Kyler, but if you want to think that he's underrated, I think he's overrated. And if I had a choice between Kyler or Lamar, who do you think I'm picking? You know what I mean? And I have issues with both. You know what I mean? But one's got an MVP and one is amazing with his legs, and so is the other, right? But, as far as in the pocket, Kyler's probably a better thrower of the football in the pocket, right? But if I had to choose one guy over the other, I'm not going Kyler. I'm going Lamar. And I think everyone on planet Earth is too, probably even Cardinal fans, if they really want to admit to themselves, if they had a chance between Kyler or Lamar, honestly, if you're a Cardinals fan, who would you want? Who's got more upside? I mean, normally you would say Kyler, but he's too small. If he was bigger, then he would be Kyler. But you're great with your legs, but this guy is the best with his legs, and he can run for 100, 150 yards, 200 yards. You know what I mean? He's a dual threat. But what we fans want, right, is you to be a good player in November and December and not shrink up to like a little midget, okay? We need you to be able to play big, like a giant, like Andre the Giant. And we need you to stop running around you're like a chicken with its head cut off. I want you to stay in the pocket and go through your reads and not throw to Mark Andrews, one of the top 3 tight ends in the league, 50 times a game. All right. But you need another weapon, and that's a problem. Hollywood Brown averaged 7 touchdowns a year. That wasn't really the problem. He needed to be able to trust his receivers. You got Bateman there. All right. Hollywood is obviously going to be playing now with his college teammate here at Oklahoma at the Arizona Cardinals. Super Bowl is there, right? But you need a number 1 receiver. And I guarantee, as much criticism as I give Lamar, right? He's better than Kyler, and it's not even close. And Lamar, once he gets a true number 1 receiver, for example, DK Metcalf, you're going to see his game go to a whole nother level. And we will never, ever debate after that. Once he gets his DK Metcalf, we will never debate if he's a top 10 quarterback moving forward. It's just that he doesn't have that guy to show off. He doesn't have that guy to be able to show how good he really is. We got Mark Andrews, and we see that connection, but we need a guy like this. And if you get a guy like this, we are no longer debating and questioning this guy's talent, because he will go here and he will obviously go, to Mark Andrews. And obviously, if you guys know Mark Andrews, he is fucking the man. I mean, some people think Mark Andrews is the best tight end in the league. I mean, there are people out there that have him number 1 or number 2. And I know we got Kelsey and we got Kittle and we got Darren Waller from the Raiders, but I can see kind of where they're coming from. I mean, he gets a lot of opportunities. Let's not, get it twisted, right? He gets a lot of opportunities, but I'm not sure if Mark Andrews is number 1 just yet. But since we're talking about him, let's get a new photo. I have an old one, but I want to put the effort. So let's do a new one since we're talking about it. And I can, have it for the future too.
The Astros started that game against Montgomery game 1 until they bumped it for a base hit. And then the next pitch.
See if I can get a good one here.
2 runners on, immediately getting on. For the Astros, just putting pressure, trying to get any weakness
Here we go.
possible from the opponents.
And Pena has right out. Freddie Freeman on line for a second out.
Come on, Andrews. Pop up for me. I got to minimize some stuff here. There we go. I was going to say, why is it taking so long to pop up?
You're going to give it up hard. That's contact. Freddie Freeman at first base has been working on his defense.
Here we go. Let's edit the file.
Gets it, backhands it.
Put a space in between. Boom. All right, let's go down here. I had an old one, but, I want to make sure I put the effort for you guys. Let's put a new one in. Lamar Jackson to Mark Andrews. I see you. All right, let's keep scrolling through this list, and then we can finally get into my list. I got to drink a beer, too. I need to go open this one I have in front of me. I am the Mario Lopez of YouTube, okay? I am Mario Lopez. Underrated, more like overrated. Very correct. Horrible. Not even worth paying attention to. Yep. College football is better. NCAA football when that comes back. Hey, Ryan, since Jimmy G has permission to trade, would you like to see him in Tampa to be with Brady again? Or are you good with Gabbert and Trask? Fuck no, I'm not good with Gabbert or Trask. Hell no. And if he goes, he won't be there when Brady's there. He would be Brady's replacement. But with the shoulder issue that he's got, it's like he might be the most handsome man, obviously in football. He's got swag. The ladies love him. Porn stars love him. The regular ladies love him. Everyone loves Jimmy G. Oh, that smells nice. Did you buy that? Oh, that came with your Ipsy bag. Oh, she got some new makeup. So I was smelling some perfume. Okay. And let's go to Jimmy so all the ladies can bask in his glory. He's a handsome man. Oh, there he is. Handsome devil. But I would take him in Tampa, but I would only take him for a year, okay? For a year to be able to evaluate. He's a guy that's a winner. He's a guy that's a game manager. If it's like, kind of an Alex Smith, you know what I mean? And coincidentally, they both played on the Niners. But there's nothing wrong with being a game manager. But what's wrong is when it comes to the big games, playoff games, NFC championship games, Super Bowl. You can't be that guy that fucks up in the fourth quarter, and that's kind of what his MO is. He's good during the regular season. He's a winner. Some games he's not going to throw a touchdown pass. Sometimes he'll throw for 3. Other times he'll throw for none and get a couple picks, and they'll still win because their running game is good and their defense is good, with Nick Bosa and company, Fred Warner. But, for a guy like this, it's like, he makes too many mistakes with fumbles, bad reads, holding on to the football and taking sack lunches, yum, 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 too much, and throwing bad, timely, turnovers and interceptions in the worst possible moment. So I don't want that for my Buccaneers. You know what I mean? I'd rather have Ryan Tannehill or Gardner Minshew. But if Jimmy is available, I imagine he'll sign on a team this year, so I won't be able to get him next year. But I would take him for 1 year, just like I would have taken Baker Mayfield for 1 year, not multiple, one, to see if he can gel with my team and my coaching staff. And if not, then I can move on. You know what I'm saying? But yes, I'm not happy with Gabbert. As a backup, I'm fine. And Kyle Trask, we don't know what we got from him, but my gut tells me he's not good enough. So, oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I have stats and the reason why. Not because you like the Ravens and the Seahawks. You got to have some backing to it. You have to let them know why. Exactly why. I'm sure EA Sports has some legit analysts, but it seems like Madden Reigns, they don't have the right people in there, and it fucking shows. It's not good. It is not good. 107 in donos. Let's get to 200. Let's do it. Congratulations, bro. Keep it moving. It's not easy. A lot of times, people give up. You know what I mean? And it's one of those things. You have to be resilient. And hopefully, I can be someone that you can look up to, because even look at my number with, I'm at 3.5 million plus views. I've over 1,400 videos. I'm doing 5-hour live streams. And, I'm getting 20 people or less because YouTube's not helping me out. It's just, the nature of the beast. You just have to believe in yourself. Put a lot of hard work. You definitely have to have talent, but if you have talent and you have the work ethic and the passion and the dedication, the channel will grow. And I am rooting for you as in anyone that has got a dream. And that is big facts. My boy, $33 dono on the Cash App. Bang, bang. Jameson Meza, $4.99. That's my boy. I appreciate you. Let's get it. $5. Bang, bang, baby. I appreciate you very, very much. And let me give you a new Derrick Henry. Oh! There you go, baby. I got you. We got the old one with the Alabama, but I got a new one for you. And maybe I have a couple others. We'll have to see where I have Derrick Henry on my list. Thank you so much, Jameson Meza. Let's go. 112 and donos. Let's get to 200. Mario Lopez, baby. I never really thought I looked like Mario Lopez in that photo until I had a lot of people like do a side-by-side and be like, bro, it's like, because obviously I had the earring, which, sometimes he wore, but I was really tan, obviously. And, obviously the face shape and obviously the way our faces look. That's a good thing, right? I know a lot of people had a crush on Mario Lopez growing up. It's either Zach Slater, but I know there's millions of girls out there and women that loved Mario Lopez, and they still do to this day. And call me Mario Mikulek, or you can call me Orion Lopez. Whatever you want is whatever you get. Let's go. Appreciate you guys very, very much. Let's get it. Let me see here. Scrolling down. Finley says, for me, I always believe that the reason Zeke's downfall is because of the decline of the Cowboys O-line. Exactly. Smith and Martin getting older. Yeah. Yeah. I said, you had Travis Frederick, you had Zach Martin. You had, obviously, it's just like when you have the three guys, it was beautiful. Right. But then I just think, like, if I watch a running back play, you know what I mean? Every year, Zeke is overrated in fantasy football drafts. It's like, if you want to pick, Zeke at 6 or go for like Devontae Adams, it's a no-brainer. You go for Devontae Adams, because a lot of times Zeke will get banged up. So a lot of times he plays kind of lackadaisical. Sometimes doesn't look like he's taking the game seriously. And the one thing that really irks me about him is that he doesn't have any breakaway long touchdowns. He used to have him at Ohio State. He had him in his first year. But if you look at his stats within the last few years, he doesn't have a lot of those, it doesn't have to be 99 yards or 90 or 80 or 70 or 60. But it would be nice to be able to have some 35, 45, 50, 60-yard touchdowns once in a while. And a lot of his stuff is on the goal line. And he's kind of a running back that's from the 20 to the 20s. But I personally think Tony Pollard is better. It's a political game because Dak is his best friend. And what Dak says goes with Jerry Jones. You know what I mean? Zeke is a popular name. It sells jerseys. But if the Cowboys were smart, they would get rid of Mike McCarthy. They would get rid of Kellen Moore. They would bring in Sean Payton, and they would demote Zeke or get rid of him and then put in put in obviously the backup. Tony Pollard, not Zach. I'm thinking Zach Morris. You guys are getting me all worked up with Zach Morris and Zach Martin and Mario Lopez. But I think that if you ended up going with the backup, Tony Pollard, it seems to me when he runs downhill. There's no dancing. You know what I mean? And dancing works if you're Barry Sanders and you get -5, gain of 4, -8, gain of 6. But the difference is on that 5th carry, Barry Sanders goes fucking for 80, jukes the whole football team and scores. On the 5th carry for Zeke, after he goes negative yards, gains maybe 3 or 4, he ends up gaining like 5. It's not a long touchdown. And obviously the lack of depth on the O-line, not having Zach Martin, Travis Frederick, and Tyron Smith. When you have 3 Pro Bowlers, anyone's going to look good, just like Emmitt Smith, right? But imagine if Barry Sanders was on that line. He would have demolished everything that Emmitt did. No disrespect. Emmitt was one of the best of all time, okay? He's one of the best. But Barry Sanders is the GOAT, and he is the greatest of all time, in my opinion. I mean, there's Jim Brown, there's Walter Payton, there's a lot of guys. But from what I've seen, Barry is a one of one. And if you go 10 years, 10 Pro Bowls, you retire in your prime, he could have played another 10 years, but he chose to go out on top like Sandy Koufax, and I can respect that. Same thing with Megatron, too. It's just sad that the Lions had Stafford, Barry Sanders, and Megatron. 3 of the best ever of all time, but they just weren't in the same era together. Imagine if you had those 3 and they actually had a good line for Barry Sanders instead of Lomas Brown. Your boy remembers. I don't know how I remember Lomas Brown from the Barry Sanders era, but I do. That's facts. Let's see here, but this is a good take, Finley. I agree. Let me see here. Only time I'm trashing the Bucs is when we are playing against each other. After all, I'm actually a Saints fan. Of course. Dalton Voss is, let's see. He says Cook #1. So if he says that can only mean one thing. What would that be? that he is a Vikings fan. All right. And we'll see where we have Dalvin Cook, but it's not number one. But I do love Dalvin Cook. And I've always said if it becomes available, and obviously he's going to be an amazing system with Kevin O'Connell, the OC from the Rams. You can see the Vikings make the playoffs this year, possibly compete for the North, and I can see them winning the North in the first 3 years with Kevin O'Connell there, regardless if Aaron Rodgers is there or if he's not. I think that the Vikings are trending upwards with the head coach. It's a big, big move. And I love Dalvin Cook. And if I could have any running back on my Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I think the perfect match for our offense would be Dalvin Cook. He played at Florida State. They had a horrible offensive line. He could do zone reads. He can run up the middle. He does have an injury problem. But I think that Dalvin Cook, if I want to talk to the sports gods, are you listening? All right, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, if Brady leaves, I want Ryan Tannehill or equivalent. Okay. And I want Dalvin Cook, if he becomes available, to be my Jonathan Taylor, to be my Nick Chubb, to be my Derrick Henry, to be my Alvin Kamara. Are you listening, sports gods? This is the guy. And so now in like a year or two, breaking news, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have signed Dalvin Cook. And then you'll be like, that motherfucker, how did he know? And then the only conclusion that you guys are going to come to in a year or two when this actually happens, because I just talked it into existence right there, you'd be like, He is Marty McFly. He is in the flux capacitor, maximum capacity, 88 miles per hour, the encyclopedia of sports, baby. All right. But we'll see. I would love to have that happen, but we'll see if the sports gods love me that much to make that happen. That is facts. Let me see here. I'm almost scrolling up. Yeah, and I like Pollard a lot. You know what I mean? Like I said, it's all about not dancing, because Zeke dances a lot. And if he'd actually just put his foot down, he would be way more successful, and he'd be a top 10, maybe as high as a number 6, 7, 8 running back in the league, maybe even number 5. But, as the age progresses, I just don't see him as like a serious running back. He's like, just, too much of a jokester on the sideline. You know what I mean? Like, I know he's a competitor, you know what I'm saying? But I would go with Tony Pollard, and I really think that Tony would give you better stats. I really do. I would just be like, all right, if I'm like talking to Jerry, I'd be like, listen, I was like, you want to win the fucking playoff game? You fucking get rid of these two guys, these schmucks, McCarthy and Moore, even though I liked Moore before that stupid draw play against the Niners with no timeouts. That ruined his career forever. All right. You bring in Sean Payton, you fucking get rid of Zeke or put him on the bench. You start Tony Pollard. I guarantee Tony Pollard would get you 1,000 to 1,500 yards. He would score at least 10 times, which is similar to Zeke. And I think the vibe of the team would be better because they play harder for Tony Pollard. I don't know what it is about him in the locker room. I'm not in there. But Tony Pollard, it's like sometimes when you get the backup quarterback or the backup running back, when the regular running back gets hurt and for whatever reason they play harder. It's like when Alexander Madison gets in. It's like if Dalvin Cook gets hurt and you got Madison in fantasy, you're like, I don't care. He's going to get 25 carries just like Dalvin Cook, and he's going to score twice and get 20 points for me. You don't give a shit because certain teams are still going to pound the rock. And I think that Madison's one of the best backups. Same thing with Pollard. But we'll see. But it's never going to happen because it's political. Hi, my name is Jerry Jones. I like to be the man with the strings. And until he gives up his power or passes away or sells the team, or gives Sean Payton the power, they're not going to be able to do anything. So hopefully that they can live and learn. But right now they're making money, and I think that's what Jerry wants. He's making lots of money, a lot of money. But at some point, the money, right? It can't be enough. The money can't be enough. You got to be able to improve the team, and you got to think, if it ain't broke, why fix it? But if it's broken, why haven't you fixed it, dummy? You know what I mean? Obviously, you being in control hasn't helped. You know what I mean? And the one good thing that you've done, Dan Quinn was brilliant, and Micah Parsons was brilliant. But guess what? You weren't even going to pick Micah Parsons. You were going to go for J.C. Horn or Patrick Surtain, but they weren't there. So I can't really give you full credit for that because you didn't even want him. He just fell into your lap. And Micah Parsons is nice. And I like Dan Quinn, the defensive coordinator. That's facts. See, you see where my brain goes, right? You see the fire that comes out in me when we talk football? There is only one fucking NWSF. I actually think Eagles and Cowboys are neck and neck, but Philly is up and Dallas is on the down. Well, they don't have Amari Cooper, so there's the difference. You got A.J. Brown, you got Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean, you know what I mean? You got Big Play Slay, you got a lot of pieces there. You got, obviously Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert is a top 6, top 7 tight end. AJ Brown is a nice receiver, somewhere probably 8 through 12 in most people's opinion. You know what I mean? They just got to be able to beef the lineup. Obviously Fletcher Cox is still there. Jordan Davis will be a monster like a Vita Vea. It's just clear that the Eagles have more depth. And obviously the best quarterback in the division is Dak. But if you don't have Amari Cooper there, what happens if CeeDee Lamb gets hurt? Michael Gallup galloped his ass all the way to an injury, right? Last year. So I like those guys, and they had a good threesome, and we're not talking porn, so calm down. All right, they had CeeDee Lamb, they had Amari Cooper, and they had Michael Gallup. Galloped his ass all the way to the IR. All right, so I don't know if those guys can stay healthy. I think CD is a wide receiver 1, right? But I don't know if he can stay healthy, and I don't know if Gallup can stay healthy. And Amari Cooper is a borderline top 10 wide receiver in the NFL. Somewhere between 10, 11, 12, 13 is Amari Cooper. So let's see here. Yes. No, because let's be honest, Jameson Meza. I mean, you had AJ Brown, right? If you had Hollywood Brown on your team, would you think that's a fucking number 1 receiver? Fuck no. I mean, he's good. He's a good number 2, but 7 touchdowns a year is good. 21 in like 3 years. But no one on planet Earth thinks, I mean, just because you were the number 1, because they didn't have anybody else, and J.K. Dobbins and everyone on their fucking running back crew was injured. J.K. Dobbins, Gus Edwards, every motherfucker on that running back crew was injured. They didn't have anybody else. Hollywood Brown is not a number 1. He's a number 2 receiver. You know what I mean? You could put him as a number 1 receiver, and he can still get you number 1 numbers, but I don't think anyone on planet Earth is like, oh yeah, Hollywood Brown's a number 1. Nobody. I mean, he's a good player, but he's more of a natural number 2. Because if you have Hollywood Brown as your 1, you're fucked. And that's why the Ravens were fucked. They don't have, luckily you had Mark Andrews, or you really would have been bad. You know what I mean? Lamar probably would have been injured by now. You know what I'm saying? You got a top 3, top 4 tight end, so it saved you, but you haven't been good since Marshall Yanda left. And anyone that knows football, you have to understand it all is run through the trenches. Running backs and obviously quarterbacks, receivers, they feed off the O-line. The O-line and the D-line control the tempo. And if you can win the battle in the trenches, it doesn't matter if you have elite quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. Because I remember in the Bucs and the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, they had Patrick Mahomes, number 1 quarterback, Tyreek Hill, number 1, number 2 receiver to Devontae Adams, Travis Kelce, number 1 tight end. And my defense was so good that they couldn't even get a touchdown pass because their offensive line was injured. And if it wasn't injured, maybe they win. Maybe they keep it much closer. Mitchell Schwartz was out, and obviously we already know about the other one, Eric Fisher. Okay? You have to have O-line, and we knew their O-line was banged up, and we exploited it, just like the Rams exploited my O-line with no Tristan Wirfs and no Ryan Jensen. You need O-line. O-line is way more important than quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and tight end. The media wants you to believe that it's not, but it truly is, because look at how games are played in the AFC, NFC championship game, as well as the Super Bowl. It's won in the trenches. Defense wins championships, but O-line is very critical to that too. I do, right? Like I said, I have a few photos, and Marco Spinetta and a few of my friends, they like to tease, but they're like, dude, there's a few photos where we look like we could be brothers, or we have kind of a similar face shape. And as he's gotten older, obviously I'm not Mexican, but people have thought, that I'm either half or, Islander or Hawaiian. And if you knew Mario's name, but you didn't know his last name, but based off his background, I mean, he definitely looks Islander, Hawaiian, Mexican. You can't really put your finger on it unless he starts speaking Spanish. Then you're like, oh, okay. You know what I mean? But yeah, everyone had a crush on Mario Lopez. Come on. Holly Hundo, $5. Appreciate you very, very much. Shout out. Appreciate you very, very much. $5 for Holly Hundo. And a nice little Tommy. Let's go. And then let me get a photo. We got to delete Jimmy G. Sorry, ladies. Got to delete Lamar. And let's find some Tommy photos for Holly. And then I promise we'll get into the top 10 list. Oh, he dropped it. 3-0 Dodgers. Let's go. Wah, 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 wah. Tommy. Dodgers 4, Giants 0. Let's go, Dodgers. Let's go. It's like when you're doing a show and then you got to be able to take care of the fans too. You got to be able to be on your toes, multitasking at its very fucking best. All right. I see you, Dodgers. Let's get it. Let's get another photo for Holly, and then I'll get into my list. I will get into the list. Tommy. Appreciate you very, very much. And the thing I like about Tommy so much too is that, to bring awareness to punters and obviously with butt kicker on the Chiefs, you want to be able to bring awareness to the O-line and the positions that are the most underappreciated in football. And it's not even close. It's O-line and it's punter and kicker, but specifically punter is the most underappreciated, and then probably O-lineman, and then kicker. Kickers do get some love. Justin Tucker, butt kicker, McPherson. Kickers do get the love. They do get the hate as well, but punters don't get any love or hate or any type of emotion. Like, you know what I mean? It's like if they fuck up, then you're like, okay, you remember the guy that fucked up. But a lot of times people don't have that passion. It's just like that other guy on the team. And he's not a water boy. These guys are good. They're in the NFL for a reason. And honestly, a lot of guys that are punters can kick. And a lot of guys that are kickers could be punters. They just choose not to do it, or they have expertise more than one than the other. But, there's definitely guys out there that if they needed someone to punt, a kicker could do it. And if a kicker needed someone to punt, vice versa, they could do it. And that is big facts. Thank you so much. $5 holla from my girl Holly. Hundo, the champ, is here. Bang, bang. Appreciate you. Let me see here. There's the 5. Appreciate you. 117. Training camp. I'm excited. I want you to be able to give me all the information. I'm going to be reading about it too. But you and Chief Will Chief got to give me some info. Okay? Got to give me some info. I'm scrolling down. The brawls. Jalen Regular. I see what you did there. Nelson Aguilar and Jalen Reagor combined because he drops. I get that joke, but I don't know if anyone else does. Okay, and that's what happens when you know. Either you know or you don't. 5-0 Dodgers. Let's go. Wah, wah, wah. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Let's get it. See, I'm very witty. And I definitely can pick up those things. That's very clever of you. Excited to see if Baker can beat Darnold for the quarterback job. Well, he's a better quarterback, but Darnold knows more. So we'll see if they decide to be loyal to Darnold, wait for him to fuck up, which he will. And then if they go like 1-3 or 2-2, then Baker goes in, or they just, Baker just outright beats Darnold. And then he has to learn the playbook that he doesn't know yet. Obviously Darnold is familiar with it, but he's not as good. Baker is more talented, but he doesn't know the playbook. So we'll see where it goes. But if I'm going with a guy and I'm trying to get to the playoffs, you have a better chance making it with Baker, even with people talking shit about him, than Darnold. Baker is 1,000 times better. Baker is somewhere between 15 through 20. Darnold is somewhere between 20 through 25. So Baker is the upgrade. So I got you. Yeah, it says, you're so right, O-Dog. I give A.K. Jameis and MT props for days, but Ramczyk and McCoy are hurt. Offense ain't doing jack. O-line is the most important position behind it is, because you got to think, with those O-linemen and everything that happens, the flow of the game is determined if you can run block, if you can pass block, if you can pull, if you have time to actually go to your receivers and tight ends to make more than one progression. You want to go through 3. That's the goal. Boom, boom, boom. You want to be able to go through those. But, if your O-line stinks, you're going here and you're getting sacked. You're not able to go through the progressions, and O-line is so important. And that's why games are won, obviously, on offense from time to time, but championships are won in the trenches and with the defense. And you have to have coaching as well. We can't forget about that. But that's very, very true. Very, very true. So it's okay to delete Jimmy. Yeah. He's a handsome guy, though. He has the movie star looks. I get why the girls like him. Yes. I try to send you guys certain things like that with the video, and yes, it was awesome. Anytime, you can make a wish stuff, and they can make a dream come true for a young boy or a young girl. Coolest thing ever. It can definitely make you tear up. For sure. Absolutely. Colin Cow Turd put Carr in his top 10. He probably watched Orion's stream the other night. It's funny. They have social media people working for every network. They specifically have people spy on Grossi, NWSF, Sports Fury, probably a few others, as well as people that are on Twitch, because they're trying to find, those pieces of talent, that know what they're talking about. Because like I said, a lot of them are lazy and they don't want to do the work. Yeah, you can go to ESPN.com and copy someone else's top 10, but how many people are willing to watch film and go to the stats and, kind of dig deep? Not a lot. So that's facts. Let me see here. Yeah. Well, the O-line is one of the worst in the league. Have you looked at their O-line? The Giants is bad, bro. They have talent, you know what I mean? But the talent really didn't step up to their potential. And like I said, I think Danny Dimes, honestly, I think he's a little bit better than people think. If you put Danny Dimes on the Niners, I think you get a little bit more out of him, obviously, than the Giants with the coaching and the weapons. You could probably argue Danny Dimes even over Jimmy G, or Baker, honestly. And I know that kind of is like maybe borderline yay, maybe borderline no. Jimmy and Baker are more proven, but they've had more talent and coaching around them. Danny hasn't had really a line to work with. And I think if Danny in the right system could be just as good as Jimmy and Baker and slightly higher ceiling if he got on the right team with the right players and with elite coaching, he could be above them. You know what I mean? I really think that. You know what I mean? I know a lot of people have given up on Daniel Jones, went from Danny Dimes to Danny Pennies, Danny Homeless, Danny Bedbugs. But, I still have a little bit of, I want to see him on another team. And I think if he was on a team like the Niners or the Rams, I think he actually would be pretty decent. He's got a good arm. I just don't know about his confidence now after just getting fucked up for the last couple of years. So Holly doesn't think Carr is top 10. Carr's top 10 now is because you got Devontae Adams, right? Who's the best receiver in the game besides Cooper Kupp, Justin Jefferson, and Jamar Chase. Okay. Then you got Darren Waller, who's a top 4 tight end, Raiders. You got the best slot receiver in the NFL, the most underrated wide receiver in the NFL, Hunter Renfrow. DJ Moore is very underrated. There's a few other guys that are very, very underrated. It used to be Cooper Kupp, Robert Woods, Bobby Trees. Now obviously on a new team, but on the Titans, but it used to be those two, DJ Moore, and I thought Tyler get to the door and lock it. I thought they were very underrated. But when you have, Josh McDaniels as a new coach, right? Carr at quarterback, Josh Jacobs at running back, Devontae Adams at wide receiver, Hunter Renfrow at wide receiver, and Darren Waller, you're going to be in the top 10 this year. You might still be 4th place and not make the playoffs, and you might win 9 games and go 9-8. But he's going to be a top 10 quarterback. There's just way too much talent there. O-line stinks, and the defense could be much better. Max Crosby is a fucking G. So is Chandler Jones. Who? Chandler Jones. Who? Chandler Jones. But besides those two, everyone else is injury prone. And like I said, some people don't think he's top 10. I always had Carr as number 11 over Kirk Cousins and Ryan Tannehill. But now with these additions, with Josh McDaniels is the biggest thing for me, even more than Devontae Adams, the coaching and Devontae, Hunter Renfrow blossoming into the most underrated best slot, and having Josh Jacobs to fall back on, and Darren Waller, he's top 10. I mean, even if you had the worst O-line in football, he still could come up with top 10 stats and be number 10. I'm not saying he's top 5, but I'm saying that, I think Carr is going to be better than Kyler or Lamar. More weapons to work with. And that's facts. I mean, can you imagine the Cardinals or the Ravens if they had that Raiders offense? Be pretty crazy. But like I said, I know you're a Chiefs Kingdom member, and a lot of people that are Chiefs fans, they hate the Broncos, they hate the Raiders, they hate the Chargers, or they might not hate them, but they don't want to give some of their players the respect that maybe they deserve, maybe not. But I think that he will earn it, and I think that he is going to be top 10 this year, based off what I just said. Now, if they didn't have Hunter Renfrow and they didn't get Devontae, then there's a chance that he would be 11 again. But I think now I can slide him up a spot or two. So on a recent Chiefs channel live stream, someone asked if they will ever do an episode about special teams. Immediate response, no, we don't care about special teams. No respect, but I will. I will do it, and we will showcase it, and I'll do a specific stream just for punters, just for kickers, just for coaches. And that's the difference between me and everyone else. You can be a fan of your team and do your own Chief channel, but when I can do a Buccaneer channel, but guess what? I can give you info on the other 31 just as much as my Buccaneers. That's rare to be able to put in that effort and to be able to showcase what's important. And that is very important to me. And that's why I love you, because we can bring awareness to things like mental health and pets and, Humane Society and obviously different places where we can donate for like cancer research. But it's also good to give good sports awareness for kickers, punters, and O-line. Because me, I love O-line, I love defense, and it's all about coaching. And special teams is not something to just be like, it's not important. But the sad thing is, Holly, 99% of fans are like that guy. And like that channel. They just don't give a shit. So we do. We give a shit, and we can showcase those on this channel. And that's why people will come here. They're like, damn, these guys are going punters? Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's not that I have to do it. It's because I want to do it, because I want to educate you guys. If you guys don't know as much about some of the other teams, you can, learn from me and learn from the people in the room and have a conversation in the water cooler, in the break room, or with your friends, and not sound like a fucking idiot. Like, you can actually know what you're talking about. You're already going to know everything about your own teams. You guys are smart, obviously, with your favorite players and your favorite teams. But when it comes to other teams, you can definitely gain more knowledge, just like I can gain more knowledge from you guys. And obviously I try to read every day, because there's always something new to learn about a new rookie, a new coach, a new prospect in high school. I mean, I'm really doing this 24/7, 365. And that's true. That is sad. You know what I mean? And that's the difference between them and me. You know what I mean? And that's the bottom line. They can be very successful, Chief channel, but if you really want to have something, I mean, we're not average over here. We are the Northwest Sports Fanatics, and we are fanatics here. That's facts. But that's sad. That's just how it goes. 99%. You know what I mean? It's true. And even myself, back when I was younger, I didn't have the appreciation for it. It's something that I had to learn and appreciate on my own. It's one of those things that sometimes you have to be able to, watch the film, watch the games, and then you start noticing things that you never noticed before. Guys that have that strong leg, how important extra points and field goals are nowadays, because you see how many games are decided by 7 points or less. You miss a couple field goals and an extra point, and you lose by 4. You're just like, shit, like I could have won, So that's a big part of it. And that's facts. Danny Bedbugs. See where my brain goes? Cooper is a big loss for Dallas. Press CD, Gallup coming off injury. Yes. And that's why I think that the Cowboys are not going to finish in first place. I don't think the Cowboys will finish in first. They'll be close. But I do think the Washington Commandos, not the Redskins, not the Washington football team, the Commandos are the sleeper team in that division. They could win first over the Eagles, second behind the Eagles, or third the most natural prediction. It depends on Carson Wentz, the defense, and the coaching, if it comes together year one or no. We pretty much think the Giants are going to be last. But I have more belief, I think, in Washington with, their players, their running backs, their wide receivers. Scary Terry McLaurin, Antonio Gibson. Even though I don't like Carson Wentz, they got Riverboat Ron. You got Logan at tight end. You got Chase Young, even though these guys are coming off injuries of pain, from Bama. So you got players there. They actually have probably more talent on their team than the Cowboys now. You know what I mean? Even though they got Micah Parsons, and I love him, right? And Diggs got those picks, but he got burnt in coverage a lot. So Dan Quinn and Micah Parsons are the best thing going for the Cowboys right now in Dak. Right, but that might not be enough to get to 10 wins, and that might not be enough to get second place. Washington has a chance to compete with Dallas for that second place spot, and if there's an injury to the Eagles, there's a chance that Washington wins the division, but that only happens, I think, if the Eagles have injuries. So I'm hoping they don't, and I hope the Eagles win it, and I think the Eagles will. So let me see here. I got a question for you. Who do you think will be the next overachiever in 2022? Last year was Cincinnati. Easy question. An easy question, easy answer. I'll show you. And it's pretty clear. Because, you can feel that the Bills are on the cusp of an AFC championship game win and a Super Bowl. You feel it. Like, if it's not going to be this year and the Broncos get it or another team, they're going to get there. They have 3 years and they have a chance to get there. They're going to be the Chiefs, prior to, obviously Tyreek leaving and Honey Badger as like the best team. And prior to the Chiefs, it was New England. Like every year, you're like, all right, who's it going to be? You know what I mean? And obviously some of these names are going to be coming up, but this guy right here, obviously we know Josh Allen's great. They're going to get a Super Bowl sooner than later, more than likely, maybe go to 2, win 1, lose 1. But this team easily could be the next overachiever. And it's not because I'm a Duck fan, and it's not because I'm in love with Justin Herbert. Just look at their talent on paper. Look at how they've drafted. The only 2 concerns we have is the injury bug, right? And also what? The coaching. So, if they can kind of figure that out, right, they can actually do some big things, and they could be the Cincinnati Bengals, win like 10 games, go 10-7. They don't need to finish in first, but they could. They could overachieve and finish in first, or it could be the Broncos. I kind of feel Broncos and Chargers at the top. Chiefs maybe third, but if they, start to overachieve, they can get as high as first place. But if you went to the playoffs last year, Chiefs, Raiders, there is a chance that you might get third place and make it with 10-7, or you get third place and you don't make it, Chiefs fans, or you overachieve. Sky Moore is a fucking a god, and then you guys end up, having Juan Thornhill healthy. Nick Bolton goes crazy. You guys get sack lunches. Clyde Edwards-Helaire plays like a top 10 running back, and then you guys get first place in the division. It's not that crazy to think. But it's easily, for me, the Los Angeles Chargers, because based off talent on roster, there's 4 teams that have the best talent on paper, and it's the Rams, the Bills, the Chargers, and the Buccaneers. That you can really see talent top to bottom. Saints got a lot of talent as well, but I think Herbert, that's the guy, and I think it's pretty clear. Let me find another photo. I think I got another one in here. Here we go. This is the one I was looking for, the powder blue. Do this one, and then let's go to the powder blue, baby. I haven't even opened my beer up yet. I probably should, huh?
Wanted to meet you and Vince Scully one day. So this moment is important to me because I'm meeting you for him. Yeah, died from brain cancer.
Yeah, Bengals got lucky a few times, and they definitely were a year or 2 ahead of schedule. But I definitely think they're winning the division. And with Burrow is special. He's Hall of Fame. Jamar Chase is Hall of Fame. Like, these guys aren't just like regular guys. It's like a Joe Montana, Jerry Rice connection. So as long as they got those 2, and you got a Joe Mixon, type of top 10 running back type of player, T. Higgins, you can keep beefing up the O-line, which they did, beef up the defense. The Bengals should be pretty good for quite some time. It wasn't a fluke. Yeah, I mean, the Rams, if there's any team that could go to the Super Bowl again and win against the Bills or Broncos or the Chiefs or any other team, it's definitely the Rams. You know what I mean? Like, it was the Chiefs, but you guys got injured, right? Then the Bucks, and we got injured. So that would tell me that the Rams are going to get injured. Their O-line is going to get beat up, just like yours did and mine did, and they're not going to make it. Brittany's in the building. How are you? One of my favorite fans of the New England Patriots. Let me get you a little Mac love. How are you? I missed you. How's your life been? How's your son? I hope everything is good. Mac Jones. Who? Mac Jones. Luck or coaching? Luck is like winning in fantasy football. I'm not sure if luck is really best teams need luck. It's a lot of hard work and coaching and effort, and obviously play calling, execution. There might be a tiny bit of luck involved, but I think it's a lot more of the hard work and the coaching to me. But I see where you're coming from. Luck is more for fantasy football. Like, you have to have a good draft, but you can get lucky and win a league. I'm not sure if you can win a Super Bowl by being lucky. I don't think it's ever happened. Saints could be overachievers. I definitely agree with that as well. Obviously, it's crazy because you hear people like the Herd and a lot of outlets, and they don't have the Saints making the playoffs. And then it makes me think, okay, if you don't have the Saints making the playoffs, how many wins do you have them winning? 9? I mean, if they were already sniffing around 8 or 9 wins, already last year, you think they're going to be worse? And they added a lot of talent, Jarvis Landry, and you ended up getting a wide receiver, Olave, Michael Thomas back, but maybe AK's out for 6 games. Maybe that's why they don't have them in the playoffs. Because if you don't have him for 6 games, there's a chance that you could probably go, 3-3? You know what I mean? Hopefully you guys go 4-2 or better. But if you start off like 3-3 or 2-4, obviously that could derail your chances of making it. But I like you guys. I'm a Bucs fan, and I'm saying that. So I don't know what the disrespect is for. But if anyone improved their team dramatically, it was the Saints and the Eagles. So why are we not giving the Saints love? Because they're the Saints? That's silly. But, it is what it is. I agree. You like that photo? I know you do. Yeah, a little bit of luck. A little bit of luck. Very, very many factors. I mean, the Chargers are so good, honestly, right? Because you know how sometimes guys, like, they just, no one saw Jonathan Taylor coming, right? Like when we saw it, last year, did anyone really think that Jonathan Taylor was going to be the number 1 running back? No. I mean, I don't think anyone even thought he would be like top 5. Like, we thought top 10, but did we really think that Jonathan Taylor was going to be that good? So I think that there is a chance that Herbert could be like, the number 1 guy. I mean, he could be as early as this season. It could be next season, the year after that, but he could be MVP candidate. He's already broken the record for touchdowns, yards, and the most 300-yard games in the first 2 seasons of all-time history of any quarterback that's ever put cleats on. So who's to say that this guy doesn't win the MVP? Maybe not the Super Bowl. Maybe he doesn't even get to the Super Bowl, right? But there's a chance that he could get the MVP. And obviously I could see him being one of the top guys in the league sooner than later with Burrow and Josh Allen. I mean, we still got Brady and Stafford, and you still got Mahomes and Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson, but he's coming. It's not going to take too long. That's facts. Yes, I am doing Pocono. Yes, I can't wait. Are you going to come in the stream and hang out with me? That'd be sweet. I'd be looking forward to hanging out. I've been looking at those Chase Elliott racing suits on Amazon, but they don't have my size. I mean, unless the medium is going to fit me, but they have like small and medium. It's like, I don't know how big this costume race suit is. I mean, I would rather pay like $200 or $300 for like one that has more realistic patches on it, but I don't know. It is what it is, but they didn't have my size. But yes, I will be doing Pocono, and we have, been doing obviously we hit 1,000, 1,000, and 1,000 in 3 streams. So no, it is what it is. He said Herbert bias in the house. Well, when you end up, breaking every record in NFL history in the first 2 years, how is it Herbert bias? I mean, I give Carr credit that he's top 10. You can't give Herbert credit. You know what I mean? I just give credit to where credit's due. So, and that's the truth. Because you'll see it. If you want me to talk it into existence, I will. Just like Warriors, Celtics, Warriors in 6, Curry MVP. I got that right. 0 NBA watched. Let's see. Tampa Bay Lightning versus Colorado Avalanche. Avalanche in 6. I watched 0 hockey all season. Got that right. So it's not bias. It's just the reality that this guy's really fucking good. But I think Carr's going to be good too. But Carr's not going to be, I don't think, in the MVP conversation. But Herbert, Burrow, Allen, every year they play, they'll be in the conversation as long as there's not any big injuries. Yeah, Pocono is going to be fun. Yes. The Mac baby. I got you. And remember, I don't got no bias. If my team's good, you'll know it. If it's bad, I just tell it how it is. I mean, yeah, I'm a Buck fan. I'm a Duck and I'm a Blazer and a Mariner and a Dodger. But I mean, I'm going to be real with it. If the person is amazing, like Julio was, I told you he was going to be. It's just, it's like if you don't believe that Julio is one of the faces of the MLB in the near future, on the cover of MLB The Show, and he's going to be one of the top 5 players in the world, then you don't know baseball. It's just everyone's going to have opinions, but there's just certain talent, that is just undeniable. Like Giannis is the best player in the NBA. It's undeniable. It is what it is. If you want to have, Brady talk, Montana, Peyton Manning, and people, debating there, or Jordan, Kobe, LeBron, that's another subject, but, it is what it is. I call it how I see it. Top of the stands in turn 3 and 4. Awesome. That's good to hear. All right. Well, fucking A, an hour and 36 minutes in. I already did a top 5 list of obviously my most athletic. And obviously I could have put Derrick Henry here, but Jonathan Taylor, we can't like pretend that he's not athletic and he's not amazing. Okay. Alvin Kamara, AK-41, always gets slept on. Athleticism through the roof. Naji Harris, leaping guys, hurdling guys at Auburn, and he does it on the Steelers on a regular. Love him. Saquon Barkley. I mean, it's like Naji Harris. He's like, hey, guess what? I can do it better. And then you see that photo, and you're like, oh, my God, you can. And you just get injured too much. The line's not good, but there's a chance that you're a top 10, top 5 running back this year. Same thing goes for this guy, Run CMC, but we just don't know if you can stay healthy. That's the problem. But when you're healthy, you're maybe the best running back in the league, right there with Derrick Henry and Jonathan Taylor and a few other guys. But when you're 100% healthy, you're right there at the top. And you could probably argue this guy would be top 5 if he's healthy. Previous years, maybe going for that number 1 spot, number 1, number 2, number 3. But these guys are great athletes, but they also have something in common. They get injured way too much, and that's facts. So I'm about to drink a sip of my beer, and then we're going to get into the list finally. So, yes. Yeah, but do you see how the Commandos could beat Dallas? You know what I mean? Like, Dallas's defense was good. Diggs takes a lot of chances. I love Micah Parsons and Dan Quinn, but losing Amari Cooper is a big deal. And, I don't think they're going to let, Tony Pollard get the reins. So the Commandos, if they are well coached, there's a chance that they can leapfrog the Cowboys for second place or maybe even first, but we'll see. All right, let me get some beer because this one here I got starting to get warm. I got to put it back in the fridge. Give me a sec. And then I'll check the Cash App too and see if there's anything in there. There may be. There may not be. Smooth like butter. All right, one sec.
That can scale across all your clouds. It's easier to do more innovative things.
Mitch White's night tonight and top curveball so far. Pollard will land it on his counts. Been able to throw it at any count. White against the left-handed hitter. 40 several times this season. He's gone foot on foot Charlie. And Uncle has produced pretty well.
Done really well in hitters count tonight. The curveball has kept those Giants hitters off timing. 2-0, 1-0, 3-2, 2-1. Quickly jumps ahead of Luis Gonzalez.
All right, I'm back.
0-1.
All right, got this mango beer. Okay. It only took me an hour and 40 minutes to get my top 10 list started. So we went through the athletic guys, and the reason that I did that list is because I did not put Saquon Barkley. One of the coolest photos I have, I'm keeping this forever. This is a really good one, just like the Tommy Townsend chomp one. I mean, that definitely paints a picture. There's just some GOAT photos that cannot be replaced. I mean, this is one of them. This is one of them. And you know, that one is one of them as well. Living the GOAT life. Bringing the fire and the heat. Let's go. But yeah, obviously with the Saquon photo, beautiful. I mean, when I saw that one too, I was like, oh, I don't know if this is going to work. I don't know if it's going to be able to format. I saw this one and I was like, ooh, this is good. Because most of them are not HD or they're not a clear photo. And then I said, oh, let's just give me like one of the coolest photos of all time. I mean, look how high he is. That's wild. That is wild. Yes, seriously. All right, so let's get into my list. I know sometimes it takes a while, but trust me, it'll be all worth it. So we have our, most athletic CMC, Saquon. Based off this photo, we could have Saquon at the top spot based off that athleticism. These guys are, interchangeable. Saquon, CMC, Saquon, whatever. Naji, athletic. AK, athletic. And Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry, and every other fucking running back in the league. Athletic, right? So at number 10, obviously there's a lot of guys that I could have put in this list. This guy had 307 attempts, which is quite a bit. 1,200 yards, right, in his rookie season. 7 tutties, 3.9 average. I knew he was going to be good once I watched him in college. He is a beast. I just would hope that they would address the O-line. It's not very good. They do have a chance to be a sleeper team in the AFC in the next 3 years. I don't know if it'll be this year, though, but I do think that there's a chance that they could beat the Ravens and beat the Browns. I'm talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers running back, Naji Harris. So the stats are good. Obviously, offensive line is everything. And, he doesn't really have one. But to be able to, play all 17 games, 307 attempts, 1,200 yards, 3.9 average, 7 tutties. His long was 37. I would like to see some of the numbers go up. Obviously, the attempts is a lot. The 1,200 yards, I would like to see that closer to maybe 1,350 to 1,500. You know what I mean? And I'd like to see double-digit touchdowns out of Naji Harris because there's a lot of other guys that I could have put on this list. But I'm doing it based off guys that I would want on my team and based off talent, based off what I think they're going to do this season. And this is a new photo too. Everything is going to be new that's in your top 10. At number 10, Naji Harris. And Naji Harris is interchangeable with number 9. You could probably go either way, but I think this guy at number 9 has a possibility of having a bigger year, even though his best year was last year in his career. Okay. Naji overall, I think, is a better running back, but this guy is a sleeper, and they're going to need this guy to have a big year if they want to be able to win the division or overachieve and get to the AFC Championship game or to be the Bengals of last year with Justin Herbert. I'm talking about number 9, Austin Eckler. And you're like, Eckler's not that good. If you play fantasy, right? You know the stats. So obviously we know with Eckler, right? He had 2 touchdowns, 3 touchdowns, 3 touchdowns, a touchdown. So, I mean, obviously, if you look at some of the numbers on the ground, not the greatest. 2, 3, 3, 1, right? And there's going to be obviously receiving is where he gets his, right? So he had 2 touchdowns on the ground in his rookie year, 3 in the air, okay? 2018, 3 touchdowns on the ground, 3 in the air. So he had 5 his first year, 6 his second year. Then in his third year, 3 touchdowns on the ground, 8 in the air. 11, that's good. That's a pretty fucking good year. You would rather have 8 on the ground, 3 in the air, but they like to throw. Okay. 2020, 1 touchdown on the ground, right? And 2 in the air, 3. That's a bad year, right? That's a bad year, but he only played 10 games. That's why. All right. Last year, are you ready? And this is low for him. Last year, 206 attempts, 16 games, 911 yards, almost 1,000, 12 tutties on the ground. He had 2, 3, 3, and 1. That shows you the Herbert impact, okay? And then on top of that, guess what he had through the air? 8. Let's go. He tied his best season in year 3, and he had 647 yards, right, with 8, a total of 20 touchdowns. There's not a lot of guys that I have at number 9 that have 20, and there's a good chance for him to hit 15 or 20 this year, and that's why Eckler is above Naji Harris. I think Naji Harris overall is a better running back, just as like a purebred running back. You know, the athleticism, right? But one thing that Eckler has an advantage over Naji Harris, he's better at receiving the football. And he can be that dual threat. He can be that check down guy instead of going to the tight end and Jared Cook, and maybe he fumbles the ball and fucks it up, right? You can go to Eckler in a screen, right? Or a little bit of a 5-yard out, a 5-yard in, or a slant. So I know a lot of y'all are surprised right now because you're like, no way, Eckler is better than Naji Harris. But when I read the stats, you're like, damn, okay, I understand now. Number 10, Naji Harris. Number 9, Austin Eckler. And this will probably be the lowest I have someone that gets that many touchdowns in the previous season. I think he's going to have an awesome year, okay? At number 8. Number 8 is a running back that you could interchange, right, with Eckler or Harris. I want to give this guy the proper due because he is Aaron Jones. Who? Aaron Jones. And with the Packers, we already know that they love to, throw the ball to Davante Adams. But think about how many times that he bailed out Aaron Rodgers and Davante in that defense, all right? His career has been like a roller coaster, kind of good, kind of bad, all right? So in his rookie season, 4 tutties on the ground, 0 in the air. Second year, 8 tutties on the ground, 1 in the air. Pretty good, 9, right? Third year, 16 tutties on the ground, 3 in the air, 19. Very similar to this season of last year. You're the man. You're the fucking man, right? 2020, 9 TDs on the ground, right? 2 in the air. So a little bit of a decline there, right? And then last year, because they obviously went to Davante Adams a lot, right? And then last year, right? You had 4 tutties on the ground and you had 6 in the air. So you obviously can receive the football. You are a dual threat. And obviously when you had your 16 touchdown season, you had 16 games, 236 attempts, 1,084 yards, 16 tutties on the ground. And then you also had 474 yards for 68 receptions and 3 tutties for a total of 19. So you're probably not going to get close to that 20 range, but with Davante Adams gone, they are going to be looking to Christian Watson, no MVS, no Davante Adams. So I could think that there's going to be an uptick in production, here. And obviously you can interchange Eckler. Well, any of these 3 can really be interchangeable, but I think this is the order that I would pick them at based on if I wanted them on my team, and based off what I feel they are. Number 10, Naji Harris. Number 9, Austin Eckler. Number 8, Aaron Jones. Who? Aaron Jones. Okay. At number 7, I would have had this running back higher in competition for the top 5, but there might be a suspension for 6 games for curb stopping a dude in an elevator with his friends. This is my favorite running back in the league. And yes, I am a Buccaneers fan. I'm talking about Alvin Kamara, AK-41. All right. AK-41 last season, right? It's a little bit of an off year. He had 4 TDs on the ground and he had 5 in the air. Previous year, he had 16 on the ground and then he had 5 in the air for 21. So obviously we know you got Michael Thomas. Yes, I know you got Jarvis Landry. Yes, I know you got Chris Olave. Yes, you got Jameis Winston, but it's not Drew Brees. So with that being said, they can hand the ball off, but he does, get a lot of yardage through the air. 700-800 yards, typically last 2 seasons, 755 and 439, but only played in 13 games. So let's get him healthy, but he might miss 6 games. So we'll see where it goes. But I think Alvin Kamara's talent is better than Jones, better than Eckler, and better than Naji Harris. These guys can move up on the ladder. I normally have him in my top 3 or top 5, but there's just other guys that are going to have more potential because you might be banned for 6 games. That's why I have you at number 7. If you weren't banned for 6 games, possibly, then you probably would be 5, 6, or 7 for me, if that makes sense. As high as maybe 4, but realistically 5, 6, 7 is kind of the wheelhouse for Alvin Kamara. And I have all new photos. So obviously I hope you guys are appreciating those. Let me see here. Just going through the comments so we don't get too far behind. Zachary Lansing says, whatever you do, for the love of God, do not draft Christian McCaffrey. Well, don't say that because, I mean, what if he ends up being comeback player of the year and the number 1 running back? It is possible for him to do it. Like, he's got a better chance of coming back probably fully and being number 1 than Saquon. I mean, Saquon could do it too. I mean, I know they're in shape, but I mean, their bodies and their legs, there's just so much jumping around, wear and tear on those knees and those legs. Yes, very special. Absolutely. Holly Hundo with a 10er. Appreciate you. And I will get into, obviously, some more pictures for you once I get through this list. Otherwise, people are going to be waiting for me to do the list for like 3 hours. So, you like that, though, Brute? Do you understand where I'm coming from? I want to put them, somewhere between 4, 5, 6, 7, in that range. But the only reason I put them at 7 is because of the suspension. And I think that if it wasn't the case, right, then I think you could argue 4, 5, 6, 7 is perfect. Preferably 5, 6, 7 with the upside of being a top 3 running back, period. And I'm a Bucs fan. He's my favorite running back, but I'm not going to be like, oh, he's my favorite running back. I'm a Buccaneer fan, but I should be a Saints hater, but I'm going to put him number 1. No, I got to be realistic with it. And I got to do it based off his stats last year and kind of the direction of the team this year. And especially with all the weapons that you got, Michael Thomas, if he's healthy, and then Jarvis Landry, right? Taysom Hill at tight end, Olave. I mean, there's going to be probably less opportunities for him from years past. And it's Drew Brees, no more. It is Jameis Winston. But I think 7 was perfect for me. And I was hoping that you would think, hey, you know what? 5, 6, 7 is kind of sounds good. So you like it. I like it. And I took a lot of, preparation with this. So let me see here. Oh, I know. Yeah, that's what I do. I do it for you guys. I do it for me, so I can look at them later and I have something cool to look at. And I can, there's nothing cooler than looking at your favorite team or favorite player. Let's be honest. Anytime you're like, if you're a Saint fan and you're looking at this right now, I've never posted this, right? Brute Saint is in love with this. He's like, this is my shit right here. Because that's what you want to see. You want to see your team. You want to see, sweet photos and videos of your guys looking like pimps. That's what you want. And that's what I bring and give you. I try to give you the, the fire practice squad shit, color rush jersey shit, and just, some original, amazing fire picture, right? And I'm very selective. You guys see what I do. I don't do just anything. I try to give you guys the best experience. You like them, huh? I mean, I like them, so you have to love them. If I love them, I take a lot of time. It took me 2 hours to prep for this show. Normally, it doesn't take me that long, but I wanted to do all new pictures, and I did a top 5 show and a top 10, and there we go. So it looks like we're there now. And again, let's do a quick review. Appreciate everyone in the building. Let's just check Cash App real quick while I'm just about to get in here. I don't think we have anything, but you never know. Okay, I don't think so. Let me take a swig of beer. Talking makes Orion thirsty. Makes Orion Lopez thirsty. Orion Lopez or Mario Michalek. That's kind of a ring to it. Mario Michalek. Mario Manningham, like that Giants wide receiver. Yo, boy. Shout out to you, AC Slater, for looking like me. Or is it maybe me looking like him? That wasn't the intention, to look like Mario Lopez. But as I look at that photo more and more, damn, I do. I kind of do look like Mario Lopez in that photo. Yo, boy. Number 10, Naji Harris. Number 9, Austin Eckler. And in the room, comment below if you're surprised by Eckler's stat line. Did you guys really think that his stat line from last year was that good? No one did, unless you played fantasy football, which I do, and I know, 911 yards, 12 tutties on the ground, but 8 through the air, 20. I don't think there's anyone on planet Earth that knew that Eckler had 20 unless you had Eckler in fantasy or you're a Charger fan. Let's be honest, because like most people are like, if you're just doing it based off popularity and what he did at Alabama, you're like, no, Najee's potential's much better. There's no way Eckler's better. But then when you look at the stats, you're like, oh, I mean, you could even say Eckler's better than Aaron Jones, but it's all, perception. You can move these guys around. But I tried to do my best based off how I would pick them on my team and what I think overall they are in the world. Number 10, Naji Harris. Number 9, Austin Eckler. Number 8, Aaron Jones. Who? Aaron Jones. Dodgers 5, Giants 0. Number 10, Naji Harris. Number 9, Austin Eckler. Number 8, Aaron Jones. Number 7, Alvin Kamara, AK-41. Now, here at number 6 and number 5 and number 4, it was tough to put these guys ahead of Alvin Kamara, but if you might be out for 6 games, it makes sense, okay? This guy right here at number 6 might be one of the most underappreciated guys in the whole entire NFL. We know he's good, right? 292 attempts, 1,205 yards. Surprisingly, 13 TDs. He went to Oklahoma, all right? And we're not talking Kyler Murray because we're not talking quarterbacks, all right? Let's go over the stat line. So last season, 16 games played, okay? 292 attempts for this guy I'm about to bring up on the picture. 1,205 yards, 13 TDs, right? And then in the air, 42 receptions, 314 yards, 3 TDs through the air, which ties his record. Obviously, he did in year 3 as well. So he has 8 in the air total, but 3 of them were from last year. A total of 16 TDs, okay? And he's not going to slow down. He's still going to be in that, I think, 12 to 18 range. We're talking about one of the more underappreciated guys. God bless Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase because they got this guy, right? At number 6, it is Joe Mixon. And with a stat line like that, it makes sense. 4 touchdowns his rookie year, 8 touchdowns his second year, 5 touchdowns in his third year, 3 touchdowns in 2020. And then you finally put everything together. And when you're able to put things together, you overachieve. And you definitely did it a year or 2 early. No one saw this coming, not even Bengals fans themselves. So that's really what makes it special. And let me throw up a picture of Burrow as well as Jamar Chase. It's just a special group. I see them winning the division again most of the time, okay? When you end up making it to the Super Bowl, you don't make it the next year. But this team is different. They're special, just like this team was, obviously, in 2020. This is arguably the greatest college football team ever, all right? Burrow, I think, had like 7 touchdown passes. 4 of them went to Jamar Chase. I mean, this is not a normal duo. It's a Joe Montana, Jerry Rice 2.0, like literally. I mean, it's very eerily similar. And I don't know if he's going to win a Super Bowl ever. I don't know if he's going to get back. But what I do know is they have great chemistry, but they need guys like Joe Mixon to be able to make, the whole package happen. They didn't have an offensive line. How the hell did they make it so far? You know what I'm saying? Like, how the hell did they make it all the way to the Super Bowl? And a big part was Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, as well as our running back that we have at number 6. And, Burrow loves them, right? You got T. Higgins there. O-line is trash. Defense was actually a lot better than people thought. Trey Hendrickson from the Saints was huge. And Jesse Bates III, I know he has a contract problem right now. He's one of the best safeties in football. So the Bengals offense caught up to the defense, and also the defense plucked guys from the Cowboys and the Saints and had a bunch of journeymen and guys that proved themselves, like Trey Hendrickson. And it could be a team like the Chargers that do what the Bengals did. But I like Joe Mixon. He's a good player. He is injury prone, okay? He is injury prone, just like CMC, and he's just like Saquon Barkley. There is no denying that. And number 5 is injury prone. Maybe number 4 is too. It's just a part of the game. But I do have Joe Mixon at number 6. So number 6, Joe Mixon. Number 7, Alvin Kamara, with the possibility of missing the first 6 games. Otherwise, I would flip-flop AK with Joe Mixon. Aaron Jones at 8. Austin Eckler at 9. I could easily put Eckler up at like 6 7, 8 with that kind of numbers, and I think they're going to have a big year, but I think this is a fair number. And then Naji Harris at 10. So again, Naji at 10, Eckler at 9, Aaron Jones. Who? Aaron Jones at 8, Alvin Kamara at 7, Joe Mixon at 6. So let me know how you guys think the list is. I know not everyone is going to agree with me, but based off the stats and based off my logic, even if you don't agree with me and some of the guys are moved up or down, you can understand where I'm coming from, and that's the whole point. A lot of these guys that do Madden ratings and other ratings, they just say bang, 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 and that's it, and they don't explain. So, and I thought so too, man. And I love them. You know what I mean? It's like my favorite running back, but I can't be biased and put him at number 1, or the fact that he might miss 6 games, right? So even though he's not my running back on the Bucs, you have to be fair. You can't be biased for your guys that, everyone's biased out there but me. I mean, if you really look at a lot of those people, some of you guys in the room aren't biased, but everyone on TV and podcast are. I mean, that's facts. Absolutely. Sometimes it's because you have friends that root for those teams. You have someone like Grossi, so you can root for the Packers, someone like Sarah for the Colts. It definitely, there's going to be certain players and teams that you like, like you might not like the Chargers, but you can appreciate Herbert. So I totally get it. 3 LGZ. Eckler is definitely underrated, but the only reason I put him so low is that was the first year of the breakout. If he had double-digit touchdowns, 2 years in a row or 3 years in a row, he would have been probably number 6 on my list. But 4 touchdowns, or let's go back. That was actually the wrong stat. Let me go here. I was looking at the wrong person, but let me go here. All right, Eckler. Yeah, so he had 2 his rookie year, then 3, then 1, and then he had 12. But one thing that he excels at is he's great receiving the football, one of the best in the NFL, if not the best. Okay, 3 in the air as a rookie. 3 his sophomore year, 8 obviously in his junior year, 2 in his senior year, and then 8 last year. He had 12 on the ground and 8 in the air, and so I definitely could have put him a little higher, but I feel overall, if I'm looking at the list, Najee's great, he's going to be good, but Eckler could be anywhere between 6 through 9, and we know you can move him up or down a couple spots, same thing with him, but, it's all up for debate. But I really take a lot of pride in my list, and I definitely do the film study, the research, the stats. I don't just say a name or look on someone else's list. So that's facts. Pretty crazy, right? That Mixon's numbers are that good, but obviously bring in Zach Taylor, Burrow, Chase. That opened it up for him too. Chief in the building. How are you? I'm trying to think of a player you like more than AK-41. Oh, in my list? I mean, are we talking about running backs or just in general? Hope everyone is doing well too. Oh, it's okay. I can redo the show for you. I did 2 shows already, kind of. I did like a top 5, so I'll give you a quick breakdown. So we ended up doing the show, and then I did the 5 most athletic, because I have a guy on my top 5 list that's not going to be in my top 10. So most athletic, I could have put Derrick Henry here, but I decided to give Jonathan Taylor some love at number 5. Obviously, we know he's beast mode. It's the future of the league. All right, so you have to give him credit. Stiff arm to Micah Hyde. Go down, pray. Hopefully you get back up. The stud, the man, the myth, the legend, Jonathan Taylor at 5. At 4, Alvin Kamara. Every time I think of him spin move, circle button, triangle jump. He's always doing something like a PlayStation controller, Madden game player would do. He's very smooth. He's probably the smoothest running back. Sometimes it looks effortless, or someone that just looks smooth on the basketball court. He is smooth like butter. AK-41, Alvin Kamara at 4. Number 3. When you think of athleticism, there's only 3 guys you think ahead of AK-41, and one of them is Naji Harris. We saw him do this against Auburn. We've seen him do it in Pittsburgh. He just has that it factor. I know he's a great running back. He's just starting off. Your O-line stinks, but you had a pretty good season. 17 games played, 307 attempts. When you go to 300 and above, you're really a workhorse. 1,200 yards. I'd like to see, 14 or 1,500 this year, but the line is questionable. You got Pat Fryer, No Juju Smith-Schuster on the Chiefs. So there'll be other guys that can step up, like Deontay Johnson and Chase Claypool, who apparently thinks he's the best wide receiver in the world, but he's not. Top 3, and he's not even, I mean, they said top 3 on your team? Not overall. Come on, Chase Claypool. Stop smoking the ganja. Stop smoking the weed and the gummies that I'm doing right now. 7 tutties on the ground and then 3 through the air. That's a fucking solid season. I could easily put Naji and Eckler above Aaron Jones, but I wanted to give the Packer Nation a little bit of love. Go Pack, go. And Aaron Jones is very athletic. And now Devontae's gone. I think that he could have a pretty big year. He could probably have a year similar that he had 2 years ago, where he ended up having 3 years ago, when he had 16 tutties in 2019 on the ground and he had 3 in the air. So since Devontae's gone, we might be able to see something like that from him. Okay. And this is like projected going into this season, but you can move the guys around, obviously. It's just about getting the top 10 correct. Okay. Naji Harris, most athletic at number 3. Number 2, I mean, based off this photo, it's got to be number 1 based off this photo, but Saquon is not in my top 10 list. If he stays healthy for a full season, they could probably get to 8 or 9 games, not make the playoffs, but he could definitely win the rushing title if healthy. He's good enough, to do it, but their line stinks and he's injury prone. So I can't count on you. You have one of the coolest photos in my computer, but I just don't believe in you. The Giants, wearing the throwback helmet and the jersey isn't going to help. You're going to finish 4th in the NFC East. Danny Dimes is gone. Saquon probably wishes that he had the guy on the left. Eli's still with him. But athleticism, Saquon is bar none right at the top with this guy, Run CMC. Now, I do have Run CMC in my list. And like I said, I think I trust him a little more than Saquon. Saquon has a better chance to finish a season, but this guy is more explosive when he's on the field. I feel that he'll give you more receiving than Saquon. Saquon can give you 90 to 160, but he might not give you a lot, obviously through the air, based off his injuries now. But CMC, he'll do it all. I mean, he's like, give me the rock. I'll run it. I'll do RPO. You give me a screen pass. I'll run a slant route. I'll run a post route. I'll run a wheel route. You know what I mean? So it's like you could put this guy at 1 and this guy at 2 for athleticism. But one thing that really irks me is like, fuck, I can't count on you. In fantasy, I can't pick you. I can't pick you either because I can't trust you. I can trust you. But 6-game suspension possibly, not a good look. And I can trust you. So that's a quick breakdown for you. And then I did the top 10 list. And then let me just do it real quick because you are one of the GOATs and that's what you do for people. So I have at number 10, I had Naji Harris, 17 games played, 307 attempts, 1,200 yards, 7 tutties on the ground, 3 through the air. A great rookie season. I think he's going to continue to improve even though I have a dog shit O-line like this. Bad O-line, but he's talented. So I know that he can make it happen. Number 10, Naji Harris. Number 9, Austin Eckler. He's a guy that I think he's probably the most underrated running back in the league. He never gets credit. Last year, 12 touchdowns on the ground, 8 through the air. He actually had fucking 20. Who would have thought, right? Unless you played fantasy football, right? Or you were a Charger fan. 206 attempts on the ground, 911 yards, so almost 1,000 there. 70 receptions, right? And then he had 647 yards, and then he had 8 touchdowns through the air, a total of 20. So that's the reason why I put him over Naji Harris. I think Naji Harris is overall the better running back overall, but Eckler is better at receiving. So, I mean, if Justin Herbert gets him the rock a lot, which I think will happen, and they have a better O-line, there's a chance that Eckler's stats are better than Naji, even though Naji can get you 10 to 16. Eckler has a potential for 15 to 20. There's a little bit more upside because he can really catch the football in awkward situations. A lot of these guys can. Number 10. Number 9, and then I have number 8, Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones? I could put Aaron Jones at 10, and I could put Naji at 9 and Eckler at 8. You can move these guys around, right? And when I think about someone like Aaron Jones, right? 171 attempts, 799 yards, 4 TDs on the ground last year. He had 6 through the air. So it's a little low. Eckler doubled him in touchdowns, but Devontae Adams is no longer there. So I think there's going to be a big window. Christian Watson is going to be on a learning curve with Aaron Rodgers. No more MVS, no more Devontae Adams. There's going to be opportunities. Robert Tonyan is going to get some. You're going to get some. And obviously we know the receivers, Christian Watson, they're going to try to develop him as the next Devontae Adams. But that's why I have you at number 8. Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones at number 7. my favorite running back in the league. And yes, I'm a Buccaneers fan. Can you believe that? Fire photos, all brand new for you guys. 2 hours of prep. All right. And the only reason I have Alvin Kamara at 7, even though he's my favorite running back in the league, I can't be biased and put him 1, 2, 3 if he doesn't deserve it. And you might be out for 6 games due to the curb stopping incident that you did in the elevator where you and your homies were probably high or drunk and beat the shit out of that guy. And you're probably going to go to jail, probation, or be suspended by the league for probably 4 to 6 games. So if you weren't, I would have you probably 4, 5, 6, 7. But at this point, I think 5, 6, 7 is the right ranking right now. You know, if you miss 6 games, I can't put you any higher. You know what I mean? And last year, 4 TDs on the ground, 5 in the air, only 9. It's Jameis Winston, only played 13 games. It's not Drew Brees. But the year before, he had 16 on the ground and then 5 in the air for 21. So we might be able to have a big year like that. You know, AK-41, 8 touchdowns on the ground in his rookie year, 14 sophomore year, 5 junior year, 16 senior year, 4 last year. And then in the air, 5 in the air, rookie year, 4 sophomore year, 1 junior year, 5 senior year. Last year he had 5. So he's solid for 4 or 5 touchdowns and about 600 to 800 yards through the air. So he's solid. Just like this guy's solid. He can do both. He can do both. Really good. And he can do both. Right? But we need to see a little bit more. I like to see him get about 5 tutties in the air. He's not as good as him catching the football. Okay? Number 10, Naji Harris. Number 9, Austin Eckler. Number 8, Aaron Jones. Number 7, Alvin Kamara. And then number 6, it's Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon had another amazing stat line like Austin Eckler. You wouldn't believe that he had 20 unless I told you, or you played fantasy or you're a Charger fan. Wild. Joe Mixon actually had 16 tutties total last year, 13 on the ground, 3 in the air. In his rookie year, he had 4 on the ground, 8, 5, and 3. So this is his first year in double digits on the ground, and he only had 0, 1, 3, 1, obviously, in his first 4 years through the air. Last year, tied his third year, his junior year in 2019 with 3. So he had 16 total. Mixon's a stud. 16 games played, very durable, only missed games really in his first 2 seasons. And then 2 years ago in 2020, he only played in 6 games, but he plays 14, 14, 16, 6, and 16. He's durable. He's reliable. Okay. 16 games played, 292 attempts, 1,205 yards, 13 tutties on the ground, 42 receptions, 314 yards, 3 tutties through the air. Number 10, Naji Harris. Number 9, Austin Eckler. And I could have put him much higher. Number 8, Aaron Jones. Who? Aaron Jones. Number 7, Alvin Kamara. 6-game suspension. I can't put you any higher. Number 6, Joe Mixon. And then we're getting into my top 5, and that's where I ended. So I got you caught up, and I do that for you. You know, I won't do that for just anybody, but I will do it for someone that's a GOAT. So see that? That's when you know you're loved. You know what I mean? That the host will just redo the whole show just for you. So I love you, bro. Ancient aliens to the death. Yeah, it takes time. It takes a lot of time with me. She said, it looks good. Looks good. Yeah, I need you to keep me posted on some Chiefs information for sure. I like Pringle too. I mean, if you're named after some potato chips, you have to be good. Yeah, Sky Moore could be special. Pierce and Woods are going to be very critical for you guys winning the division and actually winning a playoff game. Because if Pierce and Woods play like shit, you're not going to, you can make the playoffs, but you'll get bumped in the wild card. Yeah, Sky Moore, they're going to try to make him the Tyreek. He won't be Tyreek, but they're going to try to give him, a lot of looks, just like Christian Watson for Aaron Rodgers being Devontae. You guys are going to try to develop that guy to be the man, so. Okay. So I got you caught up, bro. I obviously it took a long time to get caught up. Let me check. We're 2 hours in. I got the Dodgers on 5-0. But it's always good to have anticipation. It makes you want to, obviously you have to stick with me if you want to know the top 10. That's how I get you. All right, mango beer. Done. So what do you guys think about the list? Holly said it seems pretty legit for everyone that's in the room. What do you think about the list so far? Good, bad, inaccurate, stupid, spot on? What are you guys thinking? No other cash apps right now, just from Eagles John and from Mr. Williams. Yeah, wide receiver room. It's just going to be, it's like, how they do running back by committee, right? Like when the Eagles won the Super Bowl, it's like running back by committee until they got Jay Ajayi. It's wide receiver by committee now for you guys until that next superstar emerges. You got Kelsey, you got Patrick Mahomes, you got Andy Reid. So it's just, developing that. So. All right. And you don't see the bias there. You know what I mean? Like, when you look at a list and you can just be like, this list sucks. Like, you can just take a quick list and like, there's no way in hell this list is, accurate, or like, you can move a couple pieces around, but this is how I truly feel. And especially with going forward. So real quick, number 10, Naji Harris. Number 9, Austin Eckler. Number 8, Aaron Jones. Who? Aaron Jones. Number 7, AK-41, Alvin Kamara. Number 6. Now we get into the cream of the crop. We're talking about the best running backs, I feel, going into this year. Now, will they stay injury-free? I don't know. You know what I mean? Your guess is as good as mine. I got ESP, but I don't got ESP for injuries, okay? We're at 127 in donos. I appreciate you. I got you, dude. I won't do it for everyone, but I will do it for you. All right, so that's the top 5, obviously, on the bottom end. Let's look at the cream of the crop, the actual 5 beast mode, 5 beast mode running backs. At number 5, we got the guy, that might end up being a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. If I could choose one running back that fits my system the most, it's him. He's really special. He gets hurt a lot, but the athleticism is undeniable. He played at Florida State. We have a Tampa Bay connection, and if he ends up being available, I talked it into existence already. So in a year or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, if it says the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have gotten free agent Dalvin Cook to sign, you'd be like, oh my God, that guy. I knew that guy was a time traveler. I knew that guy wasn't human. Some of us have the DeLorean, some of us don't, but I do think that there is a chance. I don't know why I feel that way, but I've had these like dreams and visions and stuff, and it's that Florida State connection, and he fits our system really well. Is there running backs that are better than him? Of course. But I mean, think about it for a second. If Dalvin Cook was on the Bucs, it would be like Warwick Dunn, but like 1,000 times better than him. You know what I mean? He's like a Warwick Dunn player, but he's a much, much better. So I'm going to try to talk it into existence. 249 attempts, 1,159 yards, 6 tutties on the ground, which is a little low for you, okay? Let's go through the stats. Let me go back here. One sec. I got to go back. There we go. All right. So last season, or we're going to start it off from the very beginning. Let me go and put the picture up. All right. So Dalvin Cook, rookie year, 2 TDs. Sophomore year, 2 TDs. His junior year, 13 TDs. That's when we know he was legit. Okay. He played only 4 games his rookie year. That's why he only had 2. And then he had played 11 games and had 2. Okay. Then he was a starter full-time, 13 touchdowns in 2019. 2020, he had 16 touchdowns on the ground, 1,557 yards. Okay. And he had 16 TDs. Is it 15 or 16? Oh, wow. It's 16. 16 TDs, 13 TDs in 2019, 16 in 2020. Last year was 6. So obviously it's a little bit of a down year. Only played in 13 games. All right. But receiving, what is he going to get there? You would think he would do better. Dalvin Cook, you think he'd be better at receiving the football, but he's not. 0 tutties in his first year, 2 in his sophomore year, 0 in his junior year, 1 in 2020, and 0 last year. Isn't that wild? He had none. So why do I even have him in the top 5 list? One single reason, Kevin O'Connell. Because Kevin O'Connell is coming. So when Kevin O'Connell is the new coach and Mike Zimmer is out, right, there's going to be an opportunity for him to gain more touches and more looks in the receiving game with a guy that ended up coaching the Rams to a Super Bowl win and has been beefing up Robert Woods, Cooper Kupp. They got Stafford. This guy is going to be possibly, the next Kyle Shanahan. He's going to be the next Sean McVay. It's Kevin O'Connell. If there's a guy that has the most upside to be the next big thing besides Nathaniel Hackett with the Broncos, it's him on the Vikings. Don't be surprised if they make the playoffs this year. Don't be surprised if they win the division this year. Don't be surprised if they get a wild card this year and finish second in the North. But I think Dalvin Cook and Justin Jefferson and Thielen, they're going to benefit tremendously with Kirk Cousins under center with Kevin O'Connell. And they may move on from Cousins. That would probably be the smart thing to do. But if they do move on from Cousins, they probably will move on from Cook because it'll be too expensive. They probably will want to find someone cheaper and as just as effective. So I could see Cook and Cousins, being gone in the next 5 years, but Jefferson and Thielen should be there for quite some time. And like I said, the sole reason I got you over Mixon and AK and Aaron Jones and Austin Eckler and Naji Harris is not by name recognition. It's not because you're Dalvin Cook. It's because of Kevin O'Connell. He's that good of a play caller. And you will see, especially if they end up beating the Packers for first place in the North, or if they make the playoffs, which I think they have a great chance to win 10 to 12 games this year. Like, no bullshit. This is my sleeper team in the NFL this year, the Minnesota Vikings. All right. Yes. Injury problems. Cook is pretty good when he's healthy. I mean, the yardage is good, 1,135, 1,557, 1,159, but he's just not really durable. And his receiving game kind of sucks. Let's be honest. Like, when I read that off to you guys, that was shocking to you because that was even shocking to me. I thought for sure that he had 3 to 5 touchdowns receiving almost every year. He's got 3 years of 0. What the fuck? That shows you that Mike Zimmer is trash. If you got a guy this good and he's got 0 receiving touchdowns, 0 last year, 0 in 2019, 0 in 2017, 1 in 2020, and the most he's ever had is 2. Zimmer is trash. So, I mean, Dalvin Cook could be so much better. He has potential of being, top 3. You know what I mean? But we need to see you get some more yards in the receiving game, and I'm going to see him blow up and hopefully not get injured. I love Dalvin Cook. That is my guy to the Buccaneers, I hope, in a year or two. Because I've never had a great running back besides Mike Allstott. We had Pittman and we had work done, but Allstott was the truth. But he was like fullback, halfback, hybrid. But to get Dalvin Cook, that would be my first 3-down back that I would be proud of. Facts. Number 5, Dalvin Cook. Look at the list here. This, I always have a reason. I think Colin is super intelligent. He likes to be making, gambles with his predictions. I think 13 games is pretty aggressive. I don't think it's crazy talk, but that's assuming that you beat the Packers probably twice and Kevin O'Connell is Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan immediately. So I think that 13 games could happen within the first 3 years, but to say it's going to happen this year, I think more 10 to 12 wins. 13 could happen, but that would be like, a wild card team getting to 13. I mean, what is Green Bay going to get then? 14? You know what I mean? So, I mean, Kevin O'Connell is a good enough coach that if anyone could get to 13 wins with this roster or with the Broncos roster, it's Nathaniel Hackett, who got Rodgers MVP twice, and this guy. He's that good. I've followed this guy his whole career. So I know, I'm really big into coaches like Holly's into punters. You know what I mean? I'm big into O-line and linebackers, and safeties and defense. But coaching is really important to me, and I really go deep on my knowledge on the coaching. And I think that it is aggressive, right? But they wouldn't win any more than that. But 13 is something like the Rams would win. The Bucks would win. The Bills would win. The Chargers or maybe one of these other teams, the Broncos. So to say the Vikings could win this many games means to me that Colin believes in Kevin O'Connell. He lives in LA. He's from Oregon. He knows the coaching staff. He knows the guys from LA. He knows something. So I think that, I think Colin, thinking the Vikings are going to be good this year, and I do too. I think the coach simply himself is that good that the culture shock and the culture change is going to be so motivating for these players that we'll have some career years. So, but I don't think 13 games this year. 10 to 12 is what I'm kind of thinking, unless injuries happen. But people don't realize how good the coach is. Do you know what I mean? Like, they just see the roster and they're like, they're probably going to be a 9 or 10 win team, or worse, 7, 8, 9, 10. They're going to be better than the Bears. They're going to be better than the Lions. And if you've got a mastermind at calling plays, I mean, with the Cousins, Dalvin Cook, right? Justin Jefferson, who could be the number 1 receiver in the league this year, and Thielen, who's another top 10, top 12 receiver. You know what I mean? Like, there's only so many, second receivers that are elite. Devontae Smith is good. Calvin Curtis. Who else we got there? Trying to look at Cooper Kupp. Obviously, he's there, and you got Allen Robinson as a 2, Godwin as a 2, Thielen as a 2. There's a lot of guys there, but yeah, isn't that crazy though? I mean, even I'm shocked when I went through the list. I was like, I thought a minimum of 3 every year with a couple of years of 5. But I normally don't have Dalvin Cook in fantasy, so that's why I didn't know,
Maybe other teams can afford that and want to bring in a superstar.
But I do have ESP though, so that counts for something. Yeah, they're my sleeper. I got to talk it into existence. Obviously the Colts should be the sleeper team there, but they have to get good production out of their tight ends and wide receivers. And I think Sarah knows it too. They can win the division, but I think they're losing the wild card. You know what I mean? And it's like the Chiefs could finish in 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, but I think you can make the playoffs. Go 10-7, even if you finish 3rd. And if the Chargers and the Broncos have better records, 11, 12, 13 wins, that doesn't mean that the Chiefs can overachieve and get to the AFC Championship game. You got Mahomes, you got Kelsey, you got Andy Reid. So, yeah. But this is me talking here too. So, but watch, and they end up winning 11, 12, 13 wins, and then they end up winning the division. Everyone would be like, whoa. You know what I mean? It should be within the first 3 years, just like I feel the Broncos with Russ are going to make AFC Championship game within the first 3 years, Super Bowl within the first 3 years. And, obviously I think you can win one and lose one, just like he did with Seattle, okay? But he could do it year 1 like Brady did. Brand new system, Nathaniel Hackett, help Rodgers get back-to-back MVPs. That can't be understated. I think there's going to be certain guys that are going to be motivated, and the 2 that are going to be the most motivated out of anyone in the entire league, all right, number 1 is going to be this guy, hands down, because this could be his last year. You don't really know what the future holds. Dolphins, Niners, back to the Buccaneers, in the booth. I mean, we don't really know, where it's going to go. Maybe the booth would be good if we win the Super Bowl and he can go there. But the 2 guys that I feel that are going to play with the most motivation with something to prove is that guy right there and this guy right here. And whether Megan hates Russ or doesn't like him anymore because she's Seahawks and she's a 12th man, 12th woman, the bottom line is, out of everything that I know in sports, right, this guy, out of any quarterback in the league, this is the most confident prediction I have out of anything. He is going to win 1 Super Bowl before he leaves the Broncos and retires. Bottom line, that he is too talented. They got too good of coaching. They got too good of people in his ear, Peyton Manning, John Elway. It's going to happen. Whether, Chiefs, Chargers, Raiders fans don't want to hear it, it's going to happen. And guess what? It could happen this year. It could be AFC Championship game this year. And guess what? It could be a Super Bowl this year. But if you go to the Super Bowl this year over the Bills, right, and you beat them in the AFC Championship game and you play the Rams or the Bucks, you're probably not winning. But I do think he can get there. That's how much confidence I have in Danger Russ and that coaching staff. That's facts. But that's sports for you. Colin's aggressive with 13. I think 13 could be attained, within the first 3 years. But for them to get it in the first year and beat the Packers, and he had the Packers as a wild card team because he assumes that they're not going to be able to get shit done without Devontae Adams. And guess what? He might be right. You know what I mean? And the Chiefs might struggle more than you think without Tyreek. I mean, we're hoping that it's not that, for Grossi Posse and for Holly Hundo and Chief Will Chief and Odin's son and all the Chiefs Kingdom. We hope that it's not a struggle, but the reality is it could be. I mean, the top 2 receivers in the game are no longer on your guys' teams. So you have to understand, and you lost Honey Badger. So we can't just shove it under the rug and act like it's not going to matter. Those things are going to hurt the team. And I still think they can recover, but instead of being a Super Bowl team, you might be a playoff team. We have to see. You guys have to prove it. So.
It's true. Everyone gets a free new Samsung Galaxy S22 with a Galaxy trade-in. Any year, any condition.
Well, that's pretty much the same thing. It's pretty much the same thing. All right, so let's go through the list. Number 10, Naji Harris. Number 9, Austin Eckler. Number 8, Aaron Jones. Who? Aaron Jones. Number 7, Alvin Kamara. Number 6, Joe Mixon. Number 5, Dalvin Cook. And the only reason I put this guy at 4 is because he deserves it. And he's injury prone. And like I said, it says 22 right there. You already know that's the number. It's Christian McCaffrey, run CMC. He's injury prone like a motherfucker. And it sucks. It just sucks, seeing him get injured all of the time. Like all of the time. I can't count on you anymore, right? But I have more faith in you, run CMC, than I do Saquon Barkley. The offensive line's a little bit better. There's better weapons on the team, okay? Run CMC. Rookie year, 2 touchdowns. Sophomore year, 7 touchdowns. 2019, junior year, 15 touchdowns on the ground. 2020, 5 injured, right? And then last year, 1. He only played 3 games and 7 games. 3 in 2020 and 7 in 2021. That's not good. But I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, okay? And then receiving, rookie year, 5. Sophomore year, 6. 2019, 4. 2020, injured, 1. 2021, 1. So, we hope, if he stays healthy, they can get close, to 10 wins, 8, 9, 10, somewhere in there. Realistically, 6 through 9 is really, if he was healthy even the whole season, because they don't have all the pieces yet. They're not as good as the Saints or the Bucks, right? But he's got the athleticism. I just don't know if his body is going to hold up. But if anyone can have comeback player of the year like Saquon Barkley, this guy has to be in the mix, and it's run CMC. I could have left CMC off my list completely. I could have put him a lot lower, but let's think about it for a second. If he is able to come back healthy, most people have him number 1 in fantasy if he was healthy. Because, pretty much every year in the last 3 years, if he was healthy going in, you were like, okay, I'm going to pick him 1. Because he's got that talent with receiving and with running the football. You know what I mean? He's that good. And I don't really like putting him there. Honestly, I would have rather put Dalvin Cook there and put CMC at 5. But the thing is that we know how good CMC is when he's healthy. So if they can find a way and his body stays healthy, he could lead the league in rushing. If this guy stays healthy for the whole year, he's not leading the league in rushing. That's the difference. I think there's a little bit of a gap. You know what I mean? I think he's great, and he could lead the league in rushing, but I think this guy's just a little bit better, personally. Number 4, run CMC. Now we get to the top 3. I got to drink some beer, though. Open up my pineapple beer here for the top 3. Oh, he's playing a lot more than that. I'm not sure how much research you do for Russ and Broncos, but he's going to play a lot longer than that. It's Mr. Unlimited. Trust me, I know. I do like 6 to 8 hours of reading every day. So I'm on top of everything. Now we're going to my top 3, okay? And the top 3, not too difficult, to go through. And at number 3, CMC is great. Dalvin Cook is great. Joe Mixon is great. AK is great. Aaron Jones is great. Eckler is great. Naji Harris is great. But guess what? This guy is a monster at number 3. He is a workhorse, and the Cleveland Browns should be blessed to have him. At number 3, punching his way into the end zone, Nick Chubb. 228 attempts, 1,259 yards, 8 tutties on the ground, 5.5 average, 6th in the NFL. This guy is a fucking workhorse. I love him. The most underrated, elite running back in the league, hands down. People don't get how good he is, okay? He's so much better than CMC, no cap. He is so much better than Dalvin Cook or Mixon or Kamara. Believe it or not, Aaron Jones, Eckler, Naji Harris, okay? And when I read the stat line to you, honestly, you could even argue for number 2. He is that good. He's that good, okay? He's durable too. 16 games in 2018, 192 attempts, 996 yards. He only missed 1,000 yards by 4 in his rookie year, 8 tutties in his rookie year. Are you kidding me? 8? Let's go. Sophomore year, 16 games, full season. 298 attempts, almost 106 more. 1,494 yards, 8 tutties. Consistency. I love it. 2020, 12 games, was a little injured. Then you saw Kareem Hunt get in there a little bit, right? 190 attempts, 1,067 yards, okay? 12 tutties. So you played less games and you average a tutty a game. Impressive, okay? 2021, last year, 14 games, couple games with injuries, nothing too crazy. 228 attempts, 1,259 yards, and guess what the number is? 8 tutties. 8, 8, 12, 8. Do you see a theme here? So there's no question. You know, even though some people want to debate, there is no fucking debate. He's better than you. He's better than you. He's better than you. He's better than you. Even though I love you, AK, he's better than you. He's better than you. And he's better than you. Even though you had a monster season, you've had a monster season, you've had a monster season, but he has consistently great seasons. The lowest he's had is 8. That's crazy. That is so good. I don't know if you guys understand how good that is. Okay. And that is obviously on the ground. Now, in the receiving numbers, I want more. Rookie year, all right, 2 tutties. All right. In 2019, 0. Come on. 2020, 0. 2021, 1. And do you know why that is? Take a guess why he only has 3 touchdowns receiving. Because when it's third down, what happens? The former Kansas City Chief, Kareem Hunt, he's the one that gets the carries, and he's the one that gets the passes. So, still with that being said, Nick Chubb has a chance to be the number 1 running back overall in the league someday. So, let's get a Kareem Hunt photo. Yeah, and you only know that kind of stat, you know, as if you watch Browns games, and I watch all the teams. I just don't watch just the Buccaneers. You know, I'm watching, you know, 4 or 5 games on Sunday. You know, I'm watching Monday, I'm watching Thursday, I'm watching 4 or 5 games on college football on Saturday. I mean, if you're not watching as many games as me, you know, but you're reading, then you can kind of keep up. But I mean, if you're watching that many, you know, you can tell. There, you know, there's a difference between just watching your team and watching like a lot of games, including Monday night and Thursday night and Sunday night. It's good to be able to watch those other teams play, to, you know, scout, and also just to see how good other players are. I wish that this fucking dumbass didn't do the, you know, the Hadouken, you know, to the girl in the hallway, you know, when these guys were drunk or high, and, you know, he kicked her. It didn't look like he kicked her hard or punched her hard, but it doesn't matter. A kick is a kick, a punch is a punch, a push is a push. And they had to let him go for, for good moral sake. You know, the Chiefs Kingdom would have, you know, ripped him. You know, they would have wanted him based off his talent, but it was the right thing to do. You know, even though you knew you were going to miss him, you know, and now he's a top 20 running back. Sometimes he plays like a top 10. And if, guess what, somebody gets hurt, right? If this guy gets hurt, are you worried about this guy coming in? This is the best backup in the league. He literally is a top 20 running back. So you have a guy that might be like the 12th best running back, and the top, you have number 3 and number 12 on your team, and you still can't make the playoffs. That's why they had to give Deshaun Watson, you know, all that money. But I'm a big fan of Kareem Hunt. Not what he did to the girl. Hadouken. That's not okay. Okay. Can't be doing no Street Fighter moves or Mortal Kombat moves. And hopefully he's learned from that. And I think he has, because think about it. Has he been in the media? Have we heard about Kareem Hunt fucking up since that incident? No, we haven't. At least not publicly, you know, nationwide. Maybe there's some stuff internally in Cleveland, Ohio, but globally, we haven't really heard anything, or in the United States. Okay. Number 5, Dalvin Cook. Number 4, Run CMC. And this one, obviously, I don't really like, but I have to be able to throw someone in there that's injury prone, that has potential to be the number 1 running back in the league and comeback player of the year if he can stay healthy. But I think most people think that he can't, including myself, as well as another guy that always gets hurt. But I love watching them. They're so much fun to watch when they're in the game. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to love them or like them, but you can respect them. That's big facts. Number 3, Nick Chubb.
up, Darren wrote the time one. The bases loaded.
Megan, you act like I'm not smart. I'm 40 years old. How old is Tom Brady? Mic drop. End of question. Come on. 33? How old is Tom Brady? And I'm not saying Russ has to be Tom Brady, okay? But 33 is not 44, 45, okay? And we already know Aaron Rodgers is probably going to walk away from the game. But just because someone is 33, that's old. Last time I checked, Tom Brady's in his mid-40s. You're telling me that you don't think if Russ takes care of his body that he can't get to close to 40 or 40? Of course he can. It's a personal choice. It's dangerous. If anyone should know that, it's you. You're a Seahawk fan. You watched him. He's been a top 3 quarterback his whole career. He led your guys' teams to many playoff appearances with a garbage O-line and garbage D-line. Sorry to say, it's the truth. The line hasn't been good on the O-line and the D-line. And that's not me picking on you. It's just the truth, It's the bottom line truth. Ask anybody in the room. Ask anyone that knows anything about football. The O-line was not good. The D-line was not good. Statistically, bottom 5 in both. And he still got you 10 wins every year except for 1 year. And for whatever reason, he's just going to be washed up. I'm the only one on YouTube or social media that actually is giving Russ credit. Everyone else has got the Broncos finishing 4th. If you watch Good Morning Football, you watch all the other outlets, no one else is giving the Broncos the love. Maybe Colin, maybe the Herd, but that's just my opinion. Everyone's got an opinion, and we got to wait and see how the games play out and injuries, and whatnot. But, I feel I have a pretty good pulse on the league. So it is what it is. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be a battle. Yeah, but the thing is Danger Russ has been a top 3 quarterback, and I've watched his whole career from NC State to Wisconsin to Seattle and now with Denver, and I know how that organization is. They're great, just like your organization, and when they have the right quarterback there, John Elway, Peyton Manning, it's inevitable. They are going to win. I'm just telling you, it's just, you guys don't have to believe me, but once the Broncos and Russ hold up the Lombardi, you'll be like, all right, so. Chargers are more experienced at what? Losing? Well, obviously coaching is an issue, and then the injuries. Yep. Right, but you can see based off the draft picks and the trajectory of the team and Herbert having the great stats. You know what I mean? The issues with the Raiders, right, is O-line and defense. Max Crosby's great. I love him, right? Chandler Jones is great, but who else? Right, in the offensive line, you haven't really picked the greatest guys there. Some of those guys like Leatherwood aren't very good. Guy, let's be honest. Offensive line kind of stinks. All right, it's your Raiders, but I got to be real, And they are overhyped, right? And what did I tell you? I told you the Raiders would make the top. I told you they would make the playoffs, a wild card within the first 3 years of Vegas. Was I correct? Not a lot of people predicted that. So yeah, they might be overhyped, but they're actually drafting and building their team. It's about coaching if it's there, and if Staley can do it, right? If he can do it, and if they don't get injuries, the Chargers could finish 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. I mean, it's a possibility. So. Yeah, I watched him in college as well, though. I mean, I watched him at NC State. I watched him at Wisconsin, and you can watch him in Seattle, you know what I mean? But I'm not a fan of just my team. I mean, like I said, if you're watching someone, for their whole career, and I'm not sure how much college football you watch, but I guarantee it's not as much as me, more than likely. So. Yeah, but don't you think you would be inconsistent if you didn't have anyone protecting you and you were running for your life every fucking play and you're still able to win 10 games? Do you understand how important that is? You know what I mean? Like, to be able to get to that number of wins, with not a good O-line or D-line, that's how you win. And that's when they were good and when they had all those pieces, Marshawn Lynch, Beast Mode, the Legion of Boom. You had to have the correct pieces. Max Unger from Oregon. You have to have pieces everywhere. Do you know what I mean? Anyone, that has success when they have a horrible O-line and they've already won a Super Bowl, went to 2, should have won 2. If Pete Carroll would have just ran the damn ball with beast mode, they would have had 2 championships. But Pete Carroll got cute and they tried to do, paralysis by analysis, analysis by paralysis. He tried to, if it would have worked, he would have been a genius. But, Malcolm Brown jumped the route, and what should have been 2 Super Bowl wins for the Hawks, they only got 1. But if you had the best running back in the league that year, arguably, you should have handed it off to beast mode within the 1, 2, or the 3 yard line. So. Well, Brady is the GOAT, but I think Russ is better than most of the quarterbacks in the league. Russ's legacy is better than Aaron Rodgers. He's better than Breeze, and he's going to win another Super Bowl, so that's going to catapult him to another category. Going from Russ to Brady, Brady's got 7. He might have 8 for my team. To compare someone that's got 7 to someone that's got 1 that went to 2. But the thing is that he's clutch. I mean, for someone that was a Hawks fan, sounds like you didn't really like him that much. I mean, he's great. I get it that, he's no longer on the team anymore. But for a guy that actually brought you greatness and brought you the win, you wouldn't have won that Super Bowl without Russ. And you wouldn't have been as good over the years without Russ. That's just saying. Russ is good. Russ is one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever live. And if he ends up getting 1 or 2 more Super Bowls, he's going to get higher and higher in the pecking order. But he'll be better than Rodgers when his career's over, and he'll be better than Breeze. So that's definitely saying something. Best short quarterback ever. It normally is Breeze, but by the time Russell Wilson's career is over, it's going to be him. See, but then you're contradicting yourself right here, because until he proves himself, he was the offensive coordinator for the Packers, and you got Aaron Rodgers 2 MVPs. What do you mean prove himself? He already has. He's already got Aaron Rodgers 2 MVPs. So you got Russell Wilson that's got defensive, coach at NC State, defensive coach at Wisconsin, defensive coach in Pete Carroll. Now he's got an offensive coach. You don't think Russ is going to cook? Of course he is. He's going to be able to have one of the best seasons that, he's had in his career. You'll see. For all you can doubt me all you want. You know what I mean? And I know it's a team in the division, but trust me, I don't have any bias. I call it how I see it. So, the AFC West is going to be very tough, and there's going to be a lot of success from all 4 teams. No one really knows what's going to happen. But if the Chiefs and the Raiders made it last year, sometimes teams that make it one year, maybe you lose some pieces. Maybe other teams get a little bit better. Is it that crazy to think that the Chargers or Broncos could finish 1-2 in the division, and maybe the Raiders or Chargers finish 3rd or 4th? I know it's crazy because you want to finish first, but who knows, right? JT in the building. What to do? All right, so I went over the list. So I did kind of most athletic players. So I just did a top 5. So we did Jonathan Taylor for athletic, and then Alvin Kamara at 4, Naji Harris at 3, Saquon Barkley at 2, CMC at 1 for just being athletic, because I don't have Saquon Barkley in my top 10. And then obviously went over some of the stats. Naji Harris, I got him at 10, Austin Eckler at 9, Aaron Jones at 8, Alvin Kamara at 7, Joe Mixon at 6, Dalvin Cook at 5, Run CMC at 4, and then Nick Chubb at number 3. All right, time for a sip of beer. Bird Gang in the building. What to do? And then Holly, thank you for that. All right. At number 2, and this is tough. Fournette. So who had Fournette? It was my buddy Jake. Jake had Fournette in his top 10 list. Fournette's nowhere near that. I'm a Bucs fan, but I'm not delusional. Fournette is nowhere near. Fournette's closer to 20 or 25, and he's overweight. So he's definitely not there. But this is a tough thing right here with this particular 1-2, right? Because, you could really go any direction with this particular list, right? But I feel that we're seeing kind of a changing of the guard. You know, when we had LaDainian Tomlinson in the league, right? And when we had LaDainian Tomlinson in the league, right? He was the man for many, many years, right? With the touchdown celebrations. And then all of a sudden, a guy came in named Adrian Peterson. Do you remember? Around 07. And then once he came in, LaDainian kind of lost his, title of being the man and being the best. And I kind of feel there's a passing of the torch. Don't get me wrong. I think Derrick Henry's going to have a fantastic year. But with what I'm seeing with Jonathan Taylor and what he did last year, they got a better offensive line. I feel that it could be a passing of the torch per se. I still think Derrick Henry moving forward pretty much until he retires is going to be top 2, top 3. It'll be like Taylor and Henry and maybe Chubb and Henry. It's always going to be Henry normally in the top 1 or 2, right? But I got to go, with not the popular pick. Everyone else is going to go Derrick Henry at 1, all right? But I'm not like everyone else. I'm going to give you what I think is going to happen this upcoming season, and I think Derrick Henry is going to be great, okay? But I think Jonathan Taylor is going to be better, and he is the face and the new, piece moving forward. This is the Adrian Peterson to the LaDainian Tomlinson that dominated, and I'll tell you why, all right? So in his rookie year, 5 tutties. All right. And then his sophomore year, 5 tutties. Then he blew up. All right. 2018, 12 tutties. 2019, 16 tutties. 2020, 17 tutties. 2021, he had 10. Okay. Receiving. Okay. Rookie season, 0. 2017, 1. 2018, 0. 2019, 2. 2020, 0. 2021, 0. He's only got 3 receiving touchdowns. He is a bruiser back, right? But when you put up yards like this, right? In 2018, 16 games, 215 attempts, 1,059 yards, 4.9 yards average, 12 TDs, a long of 99 yards, 12 in his 3rd year. In his 4th year, 2019, 303 attempts, 1,540 yards, right? 16 tutties, a long of 74. An increase of 4, an increase of almost 500 yards on the ground. That's when we knew that, okay, that wasn't a fluke in 2018. This guy is the best, right? Right? Up there for the top 2, top 3, okay? 3rd year, 2020, 16 games, 378 attempts. That's insane, almost 400. 2,027 yards. And you wouldn't get to that number unless you had over 350 attempts, okay? 5.4 average, 17 tutties on the ground with a long of 94. So impressive. 2,000? 2,000. That's crazy. 1,059, 1,540, 2027. Last year, 937 yards because he was hurt, played half the games, 8 games. I hope it's not a trend. 8 games, 219 attempts, 937 yards, 10 tutties on the ground, none in the air, okay? You were injured, so you probably would have got somewhere between 15 to 20, and you probably would have got somewhere between 1,400 and 2,000 yards, somewhere in there. I mean, but no more A.J. Brown, all right? There's no more A.J. Brown, so you're going to have possibly Tannehill, maybe Malik Willis, and then you got Treylon Burks. So I know it's not the popular thing. Everyone else will pick him at 1, but I honestly feel that this guy is the new number 1 in the league, okay? And I know football because I know the trajectory of running backs. A lot of people like to go to ESPN and they like to be able to watch other people tell them what the rankings are. I instead will read and I'll watch the film and I'll look at the stats and I'll do my trajectory, okay? And I think that there's going to be a passing of the torch. I think that it might be this year, it might be next year, but I think Jonathan Taylor will still be in the top 3. He's that talented, and if you look at his stat line, it's pretty fucking amazing. Okay? All right, so let's start it off. 2020 in his rookie year, 15 games played, 232 attempts, 1,169 yards with an average per carry of 5, 11 tutties on the ground. Okay? Receptions, 36 receptions out of 39 targets. Not bad. 299 yards, 1 tutty. Would like that to be a little bit higher for the top guys. You normally would want 3 to 5 if possible, but not every guy can get 8 or 9 like Austin Eckler. Okay. Last year, when he was the best running back in the league, but Madden supposedly has him as number 4. Trash. 17 games played, 332 attempts, 1,811 yards, a 5.5 average, 18 tutties on the ground. Okay? 40 receptions, 360 yards, 2 TDs in the air of a total of 20. And, to be able to get 20 again would be tough. But if anyone could get 15 to 20 with one of the top offensive lines in the game, if it's not the best, offensive line for the Titans is nowhere near what the offensive line for the Colts is. And Matt Ryan is there. They have rookies and Alec, Jelani Woods. They don't have Julio. They don't have T.Y. Hilton. We don't know what they have there. So what are they going to do? They are going to pound the rock, and they're going to pound the rock heavy. I mean, if there's one team that's lacking tight ends and wide receivers, it's the Indianapolis Colts. So for all those guys that love King Henry, I love him too. But just like I love LaDainian Tomlinson, all great things come to an end. And then the next guy comes, Adrian Peterson, and he has his little reign of 3, 4, 5 years. And you're staring at the guy who's going to do it. Okay? So if you look at that stat line, it's pretty impressive. So if you compare, obviously, from Derrick Henry, he was injured. They would probably be pretty similar, with the stat line there. But I hope that we don't have any injuries by anybody. But I think you have to be able to see that it's not based on necessarily what he did last year. It's based off what they have in the locker room of lack of depth at wide receiver and tight end. They have one of the best offensive lines in football, led by Quentin Nelson. It's normally 1, 2, or 3 in the league. It's great. Ask Sarah. It's her team, okay? And people can debate and people can say whatever they want, but when you look at stats, okay, and this isn't necessarily the last 8 games because I looked it up and some of these games aren't in order, but I mean, look at the total yards receiving, right? And these aren't in order. It says it's in order, but it's like probably some ESPN graphic, okay? 114 yards, a tutty against the Dolphins, 169, 2 TDs at the Ravens, versus the Texans, 158, 2 TDs. At the Niners, 110, 1 TD. Titans, 122, 1 TD. Versus the Jets, which you should do, 200, 2 TDs. Versus the Jags, 126, 1 TD. Look at the last one. At the Bills, 204 with 5. And the Bills have a good D. How do you explain that? So I think that there is going to be a passing of the torch. I still think that most people will have him at 1. And if you have him at 1, yeah, I mean, he deserves it. You know what I mean? If you put him at 1 or Taylor, there is no really wrong answer. But I think there's a chance that the trajectory moving forward, and, he had his run, for a few years. He's still going to be number 1, number 2. But there is a chance that this guy can match him, touchdown for touchdown, yards for yards. And there's no other guy in the league that can do it that we can see, at least on paper, for the time being. But I watched LaDainian Tomlinson. I seen how great he was. And then Adrian Peterson came along. And then LaDainian went to the Jets. And he was no longer that same player. And I'm not saying Henry is going to go downhill. But, I mean, to have him 4th in Madden is silly. And if you look at his yards and you look at his average per carry and his touchdowns, and he's got a better offensive line, well, I mean, and they don't really have the depth at wide receiver and tight end. So, I mean, he could do it because he's a fucking beast. There's no question. But I think we need to seriously consider that this might be the best running back in the league now. You know what I mean? I don't think it's a fluke one bit, because if you watched him in college, anyone that's a Packer fan, Wisconsin fan, So I don't feed in to the media bullshit. I don't feed into everyone else's lists, and I haven't seen anyone else really have him at the top. Most people have Derrick Henry, but sometimes you got to be ahead of the curve and you got to see a trajectory or a swing or a shift in sports before everyone else. And this might be the shift this season, and he doesn't look back. It's very possible. And Derrick Henry might end up getting hurt, so we'll have to see.
That's a fair ball. And it's going to get into the corner. Flores to third base. Picked up, thrown back in. Peterson a double. There's nobody out. There's runners at second and third for the
Yeah.
Giants.
A great piece of hitting. Pitches away, you have to let it get deep, especially with
But see, Colts can, like Sarah can agree, but I think Sarah, even if she wasn't a Colts fan, sometimes you can see it. Sometimes you just need someone to point out and look at the stats, look at the offensive line, look at the lack of depth at wide receiver, and obviously tight end, and then look at Henry. Yeah, he's a beast, but their offensive line isn't as good. And who knows if it's going to be Tannehill or if it's going to be Malik. There's a lot of question marks with the Titans. You know what I mean? The one thing that the Colts know they have him. They have Quentin Nelson. They have Matty Ice. They have Darius Leonard. They know it. You know what I mean? So even though the Titans have been very, very good, sometimes there is a shift in power. And I really do honestly feel that this is the best running back in the league next year. So, but like I said, I'm not just saying it just to say it. I'm giving you reasons why. So it is almost like 1A, 1B though. But his body's more durable than Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry's a pretty durable guy, but I think the pounding over the years, those like really big hits to his calves, his legs, his knees, he's younger. He's only played 2 years. Henry's been in the league for a little bit. You know what I mean? Henry's already been in the league 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years. This is his 7th year. Taylor's going into his 3rd. He's in his prime. He's starting to go from his decline. Do you see what I'm saying? So yeah, Henry could still be the number 1 running back, but for how much longer? 1 more year? 2? I mean, this guy's, he had 18 on the ground and 2 in the air. You know what I mean? And if he does it again, he won't be known as number 1 anymore. It's going to be him. It's the changing of the guard, the passing the torch. Now, if he gets hurt, then it's Henry, obviously. But, I really do think if both guys stay healthy, I like Jonathan Taylor, based off the offensive line being better and the lack of depth at wide receiver and tight end. How do you like the list? You like it? Most people, you may have some pieces in other places, but I feel it's the best list on the internet. So do you see what I mean? It's not like Derrick Henry's in his 3rd year or 4th year, and this guy's in his 2nd year. This is going to be his 7th year. You have to take that in consideration. Most running backs don't even make it past 5 years. And if you're the best, hopefully you make it to 10. You know what I mean? Yeah, well, you got to think the Eagles aren't going to get good ratings for anything. You're not going to get good ratings with Big Play Slay. You're not going to get good ratings for anyone. The only one you're going to get good ratings for, right, is A.J. Brown because he was on the Titans and he was already an established guy, and that's fine. You don't need to have that, and, I think that you guys will still be able to win the division and things will be all right. I like watching the Eagles and the Niners. Obviously, there's a few teams that I like watching, Chiefs and Chargers. I like to see what they do, but do you see what I mean with the LaDainian Tomlinson comparison to Adrian Peterson? Because I never knew when LaDainian was going to fall off. It seemed like he was going to be great forever. He was so good, and there was no one even close to him. And then all of a sudden, Adrian Peterson came from Oklahoma, and then you already know the rest is history. Sometimes guys break down. Sometimes guys get a little older. But I think this is the future of the league right here. And that's facts. Let's go with a few. We got a little here. And then here. Micah Hyde, sit down. There's a few other photos I got up here as well. I'll show you. Look at this one. And this one. And this one. This one. And then got another Henry. And then this Henry. Another Joe Mixon. See, I did work. Aaron Jones. Who? Aaron Jones. This one's really cool. Look at this one. Oh, yeah. He's got the Oakleys on. Super cool. Like that a lot. And look at this Eckler. Oh, yeah. Bolt up. Bolt up. Love those jerseys. And obviously Saquon from yesterday. CMC with the fire. So, I put in a lot of time and effort. You know what I mean? And like I said, you have to look at sometimes the stats, the analytics, the film. And like I said, not everyone's going to be 100% correct. Not everyone is going to be able to predict injuries. But I feel, holy shit, the Giants just caught up. It's bases loaded, top of the 8th. The Dodgers were up 5-0. It's 6-5 now. What the hell happened? And this Giants fan has got a Buster Posey jersey, and he's about to get beat up. Wow. Yeah, I love Henry. You know what I mean? But like I said, when you get someone that's, on your heels and they get 20 and then they had 11, They had 12 the first year total, and then they had 20 the second year, and they got arguably the best line in football, number 1, number 2, number 3. And, Quentin Nelson's one of the best guards, to ever put cleats on. Their line is better than your line. Your line, I know your team is good, and you've been winning the division and getting first place. But let's be honest, Jameson, we know with the Titans, they're always slept on. They never get the respect, right? Sometimes they win games. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they go a little bit further. They get disrespected. But, there's drama now. There's no more A.J. Brown. The Treylon Burks, Malik era with the Tannehill drama. I mean, there's a chance that drama in the locker room prevents you guys from making the playoffs this year. I mean, I hope you guys can, get past that. But, I mean, the Colts have the better team, at least on paper, besides the wide receivers and the tight ends. So we'll see where it goes. It'll be competitive. Both teams will be in the running for 9, 10, 11 wins. But we'll just see who gets there first and who stays the healthiest. That's facts. Holly Hundo with a 20. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Very, very much. Bang, bang. All right, let me get a message on here. We can look at King Henry for a little bit. This is a cool one. And like I said, I try to get new photos for everything, and obviously that takes time and prep. Holly Hundo, $20 holla on the Cash App. Bang, bang, bang. Thank you so much. So, yes, I do think Breece Hall is going to be good. I think the rookies, Walker should be good. Breece Hall should be pretty good. There's going to be some sleepers at running back and wide receiver this year for sure with the rookie class. I appreciate you very, very much. And like I said, there's going to be debates. You know what I mean? But I feel that, if I do a list compared to everyone else on the internet, it's a little bit more comprehensive. I'm going to give you a little bit more reasoning instead of just saying, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then you clickbait and you're like, what the hell? Or if they, like you have ones that have like Zeke in there. You goddamn well know that Zeke shouldn't be in there. Like if you have Saquon in there, or Zeke, I get it. But as you look at these other guys, and maybe this guy's the least popular name out of them all, guess what? His stat line is one of the best. So sometimes, like in fantasy football, you're going to look at this: name recognition, 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 name recognition. No name recognition. But if you have him, you might win your league because he actually puts up better stats than more than half of these guys, because he can receive the football better than anyone in the league. You know what I mean? But unless you do the work to watch the games or to read the stats or to watch the film, you'll never know that. And that's how guys win fantasy and how guys lose at fantasy. It's facts. And also the perception in the media. You know what I mean? Us fantasy football players that are hardcore, we know that Eckler, can be a top 5 guy in fantasy based off his receiving. He might not be top 10 overall, but sometimes he is, based off his receiving and his running ability. He's just not popular. But guess what? Once he ends up going to the Super Bowl or AFC Championship game like this guy, then you'll get a little bit more pub. That's just what happens. So, but I like my list a lot. I know I took a chance going here, but I believe it. It's not clickbait. I truly believe that this is the order. But the only one that I don't like is this one, because I don't think he's going to stay healthy. But if he does, I had to put him there. You know what I mean? Based off his talent. And if he stays healthy, he can help them get close to 9 wins. This is the only one in the top 10 I don't like because I don't trust him. You know what I mean? But I like all the others where they're positioned at. Would like to put Alvin a little higher. Alvin at like 4, 5, 6. I'd like to put Alvin, like if I could do like this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or even Dalvin Cook maybe above him too. So go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 because of the injuries, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's the order I wanted to do it. You know what I mean? But I can't put you here because you're my favorite running back and I can't put you at number 1 and you might miss 6 games, right? And then obviously I could have slid him a little bit lower, but just the fact that you're missing 6 games, I had to swap the positions. So, but I like it. And I do like Jonathan Taylor. And I know Sarah's happy with the list because everyone, it seems like, is still picking Henry. And I think Henry's great. And if Henry wasn't going into year 7, I probably would have him in number 1. But I mean, when someone's in their 3rd year and you can tell they're special, and even if they didn't have the line, I still think that he'd be a top 10 running back. He's that talented. He's a special player. So we'll see if he ends up having a nice trajectory and if a passing of the torch happens. It's definitely possible. Appreciate you. Bang, bang. All right, let's get some Tommy. Winch. But I put a lot of effort. You know, you can tell, it's like, you can tell when someone puts effort with something, or if it's just thrown together, like they threw the names on a wall and they just put them somewhere, and they always have a name that doesn't belong, right? Or one that's left out, and that's for clickbait. There's a whole purpose to that. Because they know if they leave that name out, Jamar Chase, in Madden in the top 10, everyone is going to lose their shit. And that's what happened. They know what they're doing. Jamar Chase is a top 4 receiver in the league already, and you don't even have him in the top 10. It's all clickbait. It's a marketing strategy for these companies. I'm too smart for that shit. Hi, Paisley. Tommy Winch. Hi, baby. I love you. You love Daddy? Hi. Do you love Dad? Oh, she's whining. Appreciate you. Yeah, and I'm not saying that we think that it's not like we have King Henry going from 1 to 5 or 10. It's like you're going from 1 to 2. It just so happens that LaDainian Tomlinson had this motherfucker named Adrian Peterson that came out of Oklahoma, and it's a progression thing. It happens. You dominate for 5, 6, 7 years. NFL running backs, even if they're elite, they don't last forever. It wears on their body. They break down. Even the greats, the best, right? And then another guy comes in. So, and I think that guy's Jonathan Taylor. I really do. I evaluated a lot of film, to come up with that, not just last year's. And then I went over in 2020. I watched the fucking Rose Bowl against Herbert. I started watching the Wisconsin footage. You can tell his vision and his burst is a little bit different. He's got a little bit more than most people from Wisconsin in the past, like Ron Dane and James White. This guy's not Ron Dane. It's not James White. I mean, this guy can, be one of the faces of the NFL. He's that good. So. Oh, I will always give you the winch. You get all the winch from me forever. We have to talk it into existence. Plus, you're the biggest contributor to the channel. You know what I mean? Like, I like looking at them. You like looking at them. Some of the others like looking at them. Like I said, we talk about them every day. And what happened? Boom, you met them. So I'm not stopping. We're going to talk this shit into existence. You're going to meet him. You're going to give him a gift, a Florida photo, a Florida mini helmet. He's going to be giddy. And then one day he'll hop on the stream. Boom shakalaka. And honestly, if I could have somebody come on the stream as an NFL player, he'd be my number 1 candidate. Someone real, someone down to earth, someone that doesn't have that, ego. It's perfect. And an underappreciated guy, just a regular dude in his head and in his words, far from regular. Okay. It's like you look like an Abercrombie and Fitch model, not regular. You got a great fashion sense. He just seems like a cool dude. It seems like I would love to have a beer with this guy. Holly wants to marry him. I get that. She wants to marry him. I just want to have a beer. Chiefs. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Gang, 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 gang. Lombardies, baby. All about the punters and the kickers. High five to you, Holly. Appreciate you. You are the GOAT. Love you, and I appreciate you. Chief will chief with a fiver. Ancient aliens, baby. Let's go. Appreciate you, Chief. And like I said, if I could have been really lazy or just copied some other list, of ESPN or the internet. But I mean, I don't like doing that. I like to be able to really, put my heart and soul to everything that I do. And you can tell that order isn't on any website anywhere. That is something that was definitely made by me. And, I had a big list of about 25 that I was looking at, but I didn't, go based off anybody's specific top 5 or top 10. Let me get a nice photo. We had Jamal Charles from my boy, Chief will Chief. It's only a few goats I'll redo a show for, and he's one of them. Appreciate you. Six, 5. Giants. They were up 5-0. Come on, Dodgers. RGL 1, 2, 3. Penny is a top 10 running back. Based off carries, if he ends up getting, 20 to 25 carries, he could have top 10 stats, but he's not a top 10 running back. Maybe top 10 in fantasy if he gets 20 to 25 carries every game and Carson doesn't come, he doesn't come back with the neck, and then obviously Walker doesn't get the time, but not overall. This is an overall list. But I do see what you're saying, but not overall. Fantasy maybe if he gets the looks, but that's assuming that Walker doesn't get any, and obviously he takes over everything, and assuming he gets 20 to 25. We'll see. Not you, dude. I can read your brain, bro. See, look at that. The dono. Where's the dollar amount? It's supposed to be a 5 in there. Chief will Chief. Bang! $5 dono. The spell cheek. It didn't put the 5 in, but I'll put it in again. Gotta make sure it has it correct on the screen. So this is just a $5 donation for Chief will Chief, Sarah. I'm just going to retype it. Can't just leave it as a dollar amount. There we go. Chief will Chief, $5 dono on the Cash App. There we go. Bang, bang, bang. Ancient aliens, boy. What other photo you want to see, bro? Any Chiefs player? What you want? Nick Bolton? You want Tamba Ali? You want Derek Johnson? What do you want, bro? I got a Derek Johnson I'm just going to throw up for shits and gigs, and then you tell me another player because I really like Derek Johnson. He was actually my favorite player on your guys' team for the longest time, because I'm a linebacker guy, and I watched him at Texas because I'm psycho. I watch 12, 13 hours of college football on a Saturday. Six, 5. Damn. 10-19, and this game is in the eighth inning. It is late. I didn't realize it was late as it was. We've already been streaming for 3 hours and 18 minutes. Wow. Do you want Justin Houston? What do you want for a photo, bro? Any Chiefs player, anything you want. Or it could be anything, Stranger Things. I mean, whatever you want. Avatar. It could be Ancient Aliens. I could do an Ancient Alien photo. Whatever you want, bro. Oh, back. Oh, off the wall. Go. Go, baby, go. Go to third. Yes. Triple 6-6. Go Dodgers. Let's go. 6-6. After being up 5-0 and then being down 6-5, baseball is just a game of runs, literally. It's just a game of Uncle momentum. Let's go. Love Beverly Hills Ninja. So funny. Appreciate you guys very, very much. You guys are the champs. Love you, and I appreciate you. It doesn't matter. Name someone. Have Holly do it for you then. Derek Johnson. Well, I already did the Derek Johnson. Let's do a different one. Yeah, Dante Hall. Perfect. See? Someone will step up. Eric Berry. I'll do that one too. Let's do that. Jameis Ameza. Bang, bang, bang. $1.99. But do you see, like, when you have opinions and takes, it's like, I'm not trying to attack anybody. I could give two shits less who the number one running back is, or number 4, or number 7, or who the number 3 wide receiver is. But, when you put these things together, you have to look at trajectory. You have to look at stats. You have to look at health, look at like the kind of where the team is going, where they've been. So, and sometimes people take offense when they hear things that they don't like to hear for their players, including myself. But sometimes you just have to understand it's not in hate. It's just me just speaking truth. A lot of truth is not told. A lot of people cater to just tell you what you want to hear. Like that boyfriend or girlfriend or wife or husband, they tell you what you want to hear. Sometimes someone being brutally honest with you is a lot more respected than someone that just tells you what you want to hear. You know what I mean? And a lot of people are biased for a reason because they have an agenda. So remember, when we have these takes, if I say something, it's based on what I truly feel, and I could give two shits less. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously I want my predictions to come true, but it's not because I hate any team, because I don't. I love all 32 teams, even the Cowboys and the Patriots. And most people can't say that. So, and that's facts. Jameis Ameza, my boy. And I appreciate these nice Titans photos that I was able to pull up. And I got a couple of them. Thank you, bro. Got a nice trio of Derrick Henry. And let's get one more for you. Let's get a brand new one. Like I said, everyone else has got an agenda on the internet, but I truly don't. Like, I could really care less. Like, but it's just like, you can see how some of the lists are so bad. They're partying in LA. They're dancing. Paisley's on my feet right now. God, I would love to live in LA to go to Dodger games. But I don't know if I could live there. It's too expensive. But people have an association, with their teams and their players. My team, like as if you're actually on the roster, on the bench. We always say my team, my team. Oh, it's my team. We're not on the team. We're not on the bench. We're not the water boy. We're not a D lineman. You know what I mean? But that's how we associate with the time, the energy, the money spent. This is our dedication to this. This is my team. Like, you're on it. That's how we feel. So that's why people get worked up, because sometimes they don't like to hear the truth. But sometimes the truth needs to be told, unless you just want to be, living a lie, or just not being able to see the truth and be blinded, by what you think is the truth. But I mean, I would respect someone telling me how it is rather than how I view it in my brain. I'd respect that person more. There you go. Got another one for you. Thank you, Jamison Meza. And, there is a chance that Henry bounces back and has an amazing year and is, again, the number one running back in the league. Would I be surprised? No. Would you be surprised? No. Because most people think he still is the best running back in the league. And there's no debating that. I mean, he's awesome, right? But you got to think, if there's someone that can, pass the torch, who would be the guy out of the guys on the list? So if this guy is number one for all these years, right? The next logical guy is this guy. It's only these two. These are the only two. And then hopefully we get consistency from here and here to be in the running. You know what I mean? Honestly, it's here and here. That's it. I mean, you talk about consistency and beast mode and just being, resilient. Consistency is Nick Chubb. The guy that has the most power and is just brutally like a Mike Allstott at the halfback position, Derrick Henry. But then this guy is like a LaDainian Tomlinson, Adrian Peterson kind of hybrid. He's a little bit of both. So that's facts.
This is interesting now because the sign's going to come in from the dugout to Joey Barr. He's waiting to see.
Let's see some Dante Hall.
If he goes through the second or the whole outfield with Joe at first base. There's no way you can throw through. After the left the middle infield, we know what to do.
I love you, Paisley. I love you.
Just take a big jump and see it.
Paisley's she's putting her head and her body on my feet. So my feet are completely covered with her body. She just loves Dad so much. Like, she just whimpers and whines when I go to the machine to get like a drink.
Almost got away with it right there. Just using that change up. It's a really good one that he has. Out in front and out the end of the ground. Turner on deck. I think we're going to double tonight. So if Bellinger steals, he still pitches.
But that's about, having ESP and predicting and being ahead of the curve. It's like Bill Belichick knows when to get rid of a guy a year too soon rather than a year too late. It's, it's all about, just having that gut feeling and then a little ESP too. But if you watch a lot of film and you read a lot, sometimes you can pick up on tendencies. And obviously you have to follow the coaching staff, but you can't predict injuries. I mean, injuries can happen to anyone and that can derail any prediction. There we go. Nice little Dante Hall. Let's do an Eric Berry. I really like Eric Berry a lot too. So sad what happened. Mookie! Gone! Bang, 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 bang! 3-run homer, 9-6 Dodgers! Let's go! What? Let's go! 5-0, then down 6-5, then you tied it 6-6, bottom of the 8th, 2 guys on, top 5 player in the major leagues, Mookie motherfucking Betts. Bang! Let's go. That was sweet. My dad screamed for that one. Go, 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 go. Bang, bang. Let's go, baby.
That stays there. As soon as he hit it, he knew it. And so did that man there.
That was awesome.
Giant bullpen, which has been part of their Achilles heel, rears its issues again tonight.
You already know what it is. The best in the business, baby. Let's go. Yes, I love it. And what a cool photo, too. He had the bow in his hand. He just shot the arrow. So iconic. This one's staying on my computer for sure. $46 to get to the goal. There we go. Dwayne over the rainbow. Have you played fantasy football?
That's 21st home run of the season. Pops this up for 2 down. Gonzalez is there. Craig Kimball set to come in. Mookie Betts. Star ESPYs last night. And the potential hero tonight with a 3-run shot to left.
John Mookie. I got Tamba on the way. Look good, feel good, play good. And I got a Dwayne Bowe on the way too. Do Tamba first. So I did find out some interesting news. I got 2 things. So I'm going to be going to the Mariners versus Yankees on August 10th. Swaggy P is watching his dad's house in Camas, and he's going to be there for like 3 weeks. When we bought the tickets, right? When we bought the tickets, I thought he was going to pick me up, right, from Beaverton, and we were just going to go to the game and he'd drop me off. Now I have to ride a Max to the airport, and then he's going to pick me up from there. So I got to ride on a train, Max, probably for an hour, hour and a half. Not ideal. It's better than the bus. Sometimes buses smell like pee and poo, which I don't have a problem. You know, if I have to do it, you know, it's not a big deal. But if you do a bus, you're doing probably like 4 different buses. So if I go to the Beaverton Transit Center and I get dropped off there, I can just ride one train. So the Max. So that's good. But that wasn't really ideal for me. So the night before the game, I'm not going to be able to stream because he wants me to come over the night before and sleep there. And then we wake up early. And then the game starts at 1, so we get early, probably for autographs or trying to get a ball or whatever. So I won't be streaming then, which is a little unfortunate, but I guess I have to have a day. But when I come back that night, the game will be over at 4. I'll be back at like 7 or 8. I'll probably stream that night if I get back in time. So I don't want to miss 2 days if I don't have to. Shout out to Tom Ali right here on the screen. What a nice, beautiful collage. Forever a Chief. I love it. And the other big news that I have, and I'll post it here. 1 second. And I'm not sure you guys heard. I like it like that. All right, hold on here. All right, you guys know I like to collect sports cards and magazines and toys and all those things, right? So you guys know what my favorite place to go when I was a kid was, right? It was all about being this type of kid. And you either were this type of kid or you weren't, okay? And I'm going to be able to pop it up here in just a second. But if you were this type of kid, you love this place. This is a lot of memories. This is my childhood. This is my adulthood. I was crushed when this was not available for me anymore, okay? But I do have news to let you know that even though my heart got ripped out into a million pieces, okay, when this left, because this is my childhood, and I know it's your childhood too, buying video games there, buying Nintendo, Sega, PlayStation, Xbox, figures, all kinds of things, bikes, whatever, right? Toys R Us went into bankruptcy. There was a few locations in Canada that were going. They just did a merger within the last month, and they're going to be bringing Toys R Us back inside Macy's across the United States. So every Macy's is going to have a Toys R Us area where they're going to sell the toys, have the giraffe, have the Legos, have the action figures, and I couldn't be more thrilled. Each location is going to be different, unless if it's the major one, Chicago, New York, they're going to have a bigger area set aside in Macy's. Smaller locations, are going to have smaller Toys R Us's. But I thought that this was the best news that I've heard being a toy collector in probably 5 years. So I was really upset when they left. This was a place where I would get a lot of my memorabilia because I could find something on there instead of going on eBay and, getting a $20 figure, mint condition, and it's worth $100. But if I have to buy that same figure on eBay, I'm paying $80 or $100. So to be able to find it myself, it definitely is fun. And now, just like Eric Berry shooting the arrow, we're shooting it right at Toys R Us. Toys R Us is back. And in the holiday season, the Macy's, and you might be able to see an area of Toys R Us. I am so excited. You have no idea. This is so big for me. So I got the Dante Hall. I did the Eric Berry. 154, 146 to go. Tom Ali. Dwayne Bowe. Let's do that one. Nine, 6 Dodgers. Top of the ninth. What a game. Dwayne over the rainbow. Seems like ages since Dwayne Bowe was playing. He did. Yeah. He was a good receiver, though, for the limited time that, he was out there doing his thing. I mean, he was an aim for a little bit. And after you look over the stats, you can't debate that he's number 3. You know what I mean? Like Alvin Kamara and a few of these other guys, CMC Cook, they're injury prone. Mixon's injury prone. Kamara likes to curb stop people in the elevator. He needs to stop doing that with his homies. Not a good look. But Chubb, 8-8, 12-8. There's nobody more consistent than that. Besides obviously Derrick Henry, when he got 5-5, 12, 16, 17, 10, because you're the best. That's why you got those numbers, But then now with Jonathan Taylor, it seems like he could have Nick Chubb numbers, but higher. 11, 18. What do you think he's going to get in his third year? No lower than 11 and as high as 20. You know what I mean? Like, it's facts. You got a great O-line. Limited options at wide receiver and tight end. What the fuck do you think they're going to do? They're going to hand it off. Gonzalez would be good. Kareem Hunt. I can do those. All right, let's get a couple other ones on here. All right, what do we want to do? We want to do Tony Gonzalez next. Let's do that. The best tight end ever. I love that they play the Step Brothers, when Will Ferrell does his singing and it gets all emotional when he tries to save the Catalina fucking wine mixer. They're actually doing that right now as their little organ person. So iconic. That is one of my favorite movies of all time. Obviously, if I have a photo of it on here and we talk about it and share it, then you already know how I feel about it. Mookie! What a catch to end the game. Wow. Holy shit. Wow. The hell? Mookie, Mookie, Mookie. Diving for the grab. Wow. Sliding like 5 feet. That was sick. That's why the Dodgers are going to make the World Series against the Yankees.
What a game. The Giants came all the way back, and then the greatness of Mookie Betts.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, Sports Center's on, and we are on to the long Ashley Brewer. Upstand Barrett baseball back from the All-Star break. We got some great matchups to begin the stretch run.
What a great way to start it off. An NL West rivalry game.
Oh, Rose Bowl, Oregon versus Florida State. Jameis versus Mariota. Yes, please. Third quarter, 25-20. Shotgun set, Mariota, screen pass, shake and bake. Oh, yeah. And we're wearing apple green from top to bottom. Beautiful. Touchdown, Ducks. Let's go. Yeah, let's put a cream hunt one on the Chiefs. What could have been. But the organization would have taken a black eye if they would have kept him, though. You know what I mean? Because then it would be like saying that it's okay for our players to punch or kick women. You know, that's pretty much what it came down to. They wanted to keep him based off his talent, no question. But there's been a lot of criticism in that organization, and a lot of people have been upset. But he's kept himself out of trouble, so that's good since then, it seems like, for the most part. Remember his first game? My goodness. Chiefs versus Patriots. I think that was the first game when he went off. Kareem Hunt, baby. Oh, Nick Lowry. Not Mike Lowry. Not Will Smith, Mike Lowry. It's me, Mike Lowry. Nick Lowry. Gosh, that's a name. I'm definitely putting Nick Lowry. I don't know if I can find Nick Lowry, though.
Mental health is super important, something that we all need to start speaking about, addressing, being respectful of.
Mental health is arguably the most important thing in athletics because it's really okay to not be okay.
A lot of times we are seen as people who only play our sport and nothing more, and we don't dive into the mental tolls or stressors that can put on an athlete.
We need to take our time, maybe slow things.
Nick Lowry. I got Nick Lowry. There he is. CNBC stock draft, Nick Lowry. Well, he's number one. If you look at statistically. I mean, I know Shannon Sharp is great. Gronk is great. Kelsey has a chance to, be there. But, yeah, I mean, for a Chief and a Falcon, I mean, if you look at all the accolades. And I mean, especially if Gronk is done. Shannon Sharp got 3. Gronk had a few, even though Tony didn't have one. No Super Bowl, but yes, top 3 for sure. Yeah, but when you have a guy that plays in 2 places, he's going to have a place that he probably likes a little more than the other, or he has different memories, from different things. It's not like he won a Super Bowl, Nick Lowry. Yeah, I mean, I would still go there as of just a couple years ago, because I would look to go see the new Star Wars figures, Walking Dead, Ninja Turtles, McFarlane's. I mean, Hot Wheels, whatever. I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna look and I'm gonna try to find that rare, cool stuff. Masters of the Universe, maybe some Ninja Turtle ooze, whatever. But it's that's my favorite place to go. Well, you know what I mean. If I'm bored, I can go to a card shop or I can go there. Yes. Pac-12 network here in Oregon. So I got that. And then after that, it is Oregon State, Washington. And then after that is Colorado, Oregon in 2014. I might watch that one in a couple hours. All right, let me see what else we got here. There's no NFL. 2022 World Games. Is that like flag football? No, thanks. I'm not watching that. I'm watching this still. And then we have Bengals and Chiefs AFC Championship game at midnight. That's just like rubbing it in when I have to watch the Rams and the fucking Buccaneers. Nice. Touchdown, Ducks. Let's go. Marcus Mariota. Hit him with the pump fake. Nice. Bye-bye. $39-20 Ducks. Yeah, too bad that Mariota peaked, but it gave us something fun to watch every weekend. Some guys just don't pan out in the NFL. At least we got Herbert. Watching him in the front row, though, I'll tell you what, Mariota, watching DeAnthony Thomas and that speed, LaMichael in front of you, Kayvon, Herbert. I mean, it was really special. Joey Harrington, Nada. When you sit front row at a Duck game, I mean, it's electric. Oh, fumble. Pick it up. The 40, the 30, the 20, the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Ducks. That's where Jameis was like, where am I? I can't see. I haven't seen Mariota in the green apple in a bit. It's my dude. Best uniforms, best helmets. Yeah, nice win for the Dodgers. Big comeback. I know my dad's happy. That's my dude.
He gets his hand on the ball right there, deflects it, made it tougher for Rudolph to hold on to the ball. Then it goes out of his hands.
Let's go. So we got 11 minutes to go into the 4-hour mark. I'll go at least to that mark, and then I'll check on Paisley, and I might end the stream in 10 minutes. I mean, to go a solid 4 hours. It is possible that I'll go for another hour in 10 minutes. I guess it just depends on you guys, what you want to do. I don't have a problem. As long as Paisley's okay. Sometimes I need to go take her for a walk, or I got to be able to, see what's going on and whatnot. But shout out to all the people that came in the stream and donated and watched. And it's always fun to be able to see new pictures and obviously go over a top 10. Top 10s, I feel that most people don't take them serious, but I definitely feel that if you watch one here, you'll learn a lot. And like I said, a lot of the predictions that we talk about here come true. I think they come true more here than anywhere else. I mean, it's kind of hard to explain sometimes on how it all pans out, but it does. And anybody that's a regular, I mean, like I said, it's just one of those things that's, it's said, and then it gets talked into the universe, and then it happens. So that's big facts. But I appreciate you guys very, very much. Gosh, I haven't even shown any Julio. I'll have to wait till tomorrow. They got a big game to tie their 15th consecutive win in a row. They play at the same time as the Dodgers, so I'll be covering this game and the Dodgers, but specifically this game because the record is on the line to tie. But to break the record, it's going to be Verlander, so we probably aren't going to be able to do it. But I definitely will bring the heat. But we'll do a wide receiver video probably next week, or if I do it this weekend. Well, we'll give it a couple days, let the running back one marinate. I will be doing Pocono on Sunday. I'll be going to the beach on Saturday morning, but I will be recording Saturday night. So we'll be able to hop in the DeLorean. I don't plan on really missing too much. I'm going to grind it out and have a good time. So, and I appreciate you guys just as much as I appreciate the NWO for life, brother. Oh, yeah. Stone Cold Stun the haters. And I can't wait for Kenny Omega to come back. I'm just like waiting. At some point, he'll be back. I just don't know when. Maybe one of the pay-per-views. Mariota overthrown. All right, what are we at? 146, and we were at 154. It's a pretty good number, with everything considered. And we haven't seen Cyberpunk in a few days. I know if I end up streaming for another hour, he'll probably show up and whatnot. But what do you want to do, Sarah? Do you want to go? How are you feeling today? You don't got to wake up early. I don't got to wake up early. We can go for another hour in 8 minutes, or we can go for 8 minutes, or we can go for 38 minutes. We can do 4 hours, 4 hours and 30 minutes, or 5 hours. I mean, whatever you guys want to do is totally cool with me. Obviously, once you get to that 4-hour mark, it's just pretty much, just seeing if any other people that come in late, that miss the stream, hop in, maybe some, just last minute donos right at the end of the day, end of the night. And like I said, I'm still just chilling right now, watching a little bit of this Ducks in Florida State. Oh, and I got Shark Week to watch too. Totally forgot about that. So I can actually turn it on to Shark Week right now because this game is pretty much over. But Sarah, I'll let you decide. Jameson, what do you guys think of Jameson? What are you thinking, Sarah? Ooh, Shark Beach with Chris Hemsworth? Oh, that's from last year. Thor. Hemsworth on the boat. He's cool. Yeah. And plus, we want to be positive here in the stream. So I know a lot of people are, going through the ups and the downs, but obviously when we come here, this is a place for positivity. So we want to make sure that we're uplifting and we're supporting each other, so we want to make sure that things are on a better note, coming in. Things might have been rough, but we want to make sure people are leaving, in a good mood. So, if there's a lot of, drama or a lot of other, craziness, some details may be better left, kept to yourself for certain things. Sometimes, things get tough and we get it, right? But we want to make sure that, this is my stream. I've been grinding on this thing for 10 years, right? And we want to make sure that we have a positive stream, an uplifting stream. We want to make sure we're not bringing the room down, either with, just negative comments or trolls or people coming in the room and being negative. So always keep that in mind. You know what I mean? We all are going through the ups and the downs, but we want to make sure that we're, keeping the comments positive more than negative, and that way that we can be more uplifting. Because when we have people come in here and they're negative, or they don't try to be negative, but they're negative, just maybe unconsciously, or if we get people being mean or rude to me or the mods, or trolls coming in trying to ruin the vibe. Like I said, we work way too hard in our lives on a daily basis to be able to let 1, 2, 3 people or randoms come in and obviously kill the whole vibe. So make sure, mods, do what you got to do. And like I said, we just want to make sure that, we might have, things that are kind of crazy and tough, but we want to keep things light and we want to keep things positive. So remember that when you're in here, things can be tough going in, but we want to make sure that we're not bringing the room down. We want to uplift and bring the room up, and that's facts. You want to do another 38? So you want to go for 4 hours and 30 minutes? So we do have a chance for a drive-by dono with Cyberpunk, because he usually will be here from 11 to midnight. So sometime between 3 minutes from now and an hour and 3 minutes, we might be able to get our number. And he definitely would do 46 to get us to 2, but he's just been incredibly busy. Oh, and also, if you are Sarah, if you have a chance, Odin's son is going through it, with his friend passing and whatnot. So if you get a chance to be able to message him on Twitter, maybe not tonight because it's late, but tomorrow, maybe morning, maybe send him something, Chief related or horror related, something to kind of just engage him. Wrestling related would probably be best. And we could try to get his mood, because I can tell he's mentally not in a good spot with his friend, passing away. And, there's only a few of us that are close with him. You know what I mean? Like you are and I am. So I think that would be something. Like I talked to him yesterday, and I didn't talk to him today, but I told him, hey, if you want to improve, but he said, dude, I'm too much of a downer right now. I don't want to bring the vibe down. So I said, I get it. You know what I mean? If you're not in a good state of mind, you don't want to be typing in negative shit and then bringing the room down. But I mean, you also got to be able to talk certain things out, and you have to be able to find the right people to be able to open up to and whatnot too. So maybe sending him something horror or wrestling related, some kind of Facebook post, or, you know what I mean? Usually whenever I see something wrestling or horror, I'll send it to him. But yeah, I definitely would, try to reach out to him, because he's definitely not doing too good. Let's go for another 38. So let's go to the 4 hour and 30 minute mark, and we'll end the stream. I don't have to go 5 hours, even though I like going for 5. It is what it is. I don't have anything to do after. I'll just be doing more research, reading, film study, maybe some ancient aliens, maybe some food, maybe another gummy, maybe some more Shark Fest. So, okay, man. That's awesome. Keep in touch with me, Jameson. You're the man. Mr. Williams, my boy. How are you? How you doing? It's good to have another goat in the room. So we're going to go for another 32 minutes. So just chilling, man. Like I said, did my list, and obviously went kind of down like 5 most athletic. So we went like number 5, number 4, number 3, number 2, number 1. And the reason that I did this list early is because I didn't have Saquon in my top 10. So I wanted to make sure I just, did another top 5 list for athleticism. And then obviously, since you're in the room, I did number 10, Naji Harris. Number 9, Austin Eckler. Number 8, Aaron Jones. And I switched these around because I didn't my opinion and what I was going to do. And then number 7, Alvin Kamara, obviously because he might be missing 6 games with that suspension. Number 6, Joe Mixon. Number 5, Dalvin Cook. The only one that I don't like out of the top 10 is this one, but I can't put him at 5 or 6 or 7 because, when he is healthy, he is better than Cook, Mixon, or Kamara, or Jones, or Eckler, or Harris. But the real, question is can you stay fucking healthy? And I don't know if you can. I'm kind of leaning more towards the no. And same thing with this guy. I'm kind of leaning more towards the no. Like he's kind of like a Derrick Rose, like habitual, like this athlete getting injured all the time. So I hope that he can stay healthy. But just the fact that he's a great pass catcher and a great leader, and he's just really physical, you can't really put him anything lower than 4. I guess I could have put Dalvin Cook there, at 5 and CMC at 6, I guess. But, I was just doing it based on what my heart told me, right? Then I had Chubb at 3, who was very consistent. Mr. Williams, look at these stats. 8, 8, 12, and 8 for his first 4 years. I would say that's good. He's punching the haters down. Nick Chubb, you're the man. Number 2, in a surprise move, I have Derrick Henry because I think the passing of the torch is going to happen. And Derrick Henry's in his 7th year, so injuries are piling up, I feel. He even got 10 touchdowns in 8 games, right? But Jonathan Taylor is the number 1 running back. And he's had 11 touchdowns and 1 receiving in his rookie year for 12 total. And then last year he had 18 on the ground and 2 in the air. So I think that it's kind of like the LaDainian Tomlinson to Adrian Peterson, where LaDainian was the best, who is Derrick Henry. And then after, Adrian Peterson came in the league in like 06, 07, boom. And then you had that new guy that took over. And I kind of feel that's what we're seeing right now. So, and then also offensive line is not as good as this offensive line. And they also have issues with wide receiver and tight end. So there'll be more opportunities for Jonathan Taylor. Thank you so much for your generosity. I was wondering what happened to you because I didn't get a message back from you earlier, so I figured you were sleeping. So, yes. How's work going? How's everything going? Still in the office? Yeah. Well, anytime I don't get a response from you, I get a little nervous because I know it's not like, we all go through like the, ups and the downs, but it's like, I know most of the time you're going to be sleeping, but like we have a pretty good bond now. So it's like, I always want to make sure, that people are okay. So I got all the, dude, I ended up prepping for the show for like 2 hours, all new photos. Literally. I just brought up these ones with Mariota just now, but then I did Eric Berry and then I did, Jonathan Taylor, new one. And then I've shown this one before, but you can tell I did a lot of prep, like 2 hours, and then Alvin Kamara. And then I had another one, and then the Naji Harris, and then this awesome Saquon, and then CMC, and then Naji. These are all new. Like I've never even used these, right? And then Eckler and Jones, and then Kamara, Mixon. It's a cool one. Cook. It's like cool when they have the graphics on there. I tried to find a little bit with graphics and then a little bit of just player. Cool poses, something cool like that. And then Henry, Taylor. Look at the 5 touchdowns at the Bills. That's nuts. And he didn't even score any touchdowns like in his first couple games, right? If you actually look to see the stat line. But in the game log, like in his first 3 games, he didn't even have a touchdown, and he still led the league. Isn't that crazy? First 3 games of the year, he had 0 touchdowns, and he still ended up getting 20 overall. That's fucking good. He's the man. Remember about your mental health. It's very important. It's very important. Be positive. Don't be negative. Okay? You guys are the champs. Beverly Hills Ninja, Tommy Boy, Step Brothers, Mr. Williams, and then I even got more. And then Run CMC, Stiff Arm to You Falcons. I'm on fire. Run CMC. Saquon. We saw that one yesterday, the day before. And then we have Eckler with this amazing one, bolt up with a cool graphic. This is really cool. Look at this one with the Oakleys. So fresh and so clean. And then this one, little artwork. And another Joe Mixon. and the Henry from before, and then a new Henry, and then Jonathan Taylor at Wisconsin, and then another Jonathan Taylor, and then another Jonathan Taylor, and then a Taylor, and then obviously we saw the Dodgers win. Did you see the Dodgers won? Dude, Mookie hit a 3-run bomb and made a diving catch to win the game. It was glorious. Kobe. He brought the fire. Mookie brought the fire, bro. It was awesome. All the photos, bro. That's a good question. That's just rumored. They have to go through the legal process, and he might go to jail. He might have probation, but obviously he's in trouble because him and his friends beat up that guy and in the Pro Bowl. So we don't know, but from what I've read and the film that I've watched, most people are saying 4 to 6 games is very realistic for AK-41 this season. So Arian Foster, let's throw up a photo. What a name. I miss him too.
So it would be really important for us to observe and understand how these sharks are using these wrecks as hunting grounds.
Off the North Carolina coast, researchers just that.
I got Shark Fest on, so my life is good.
And a team of NOAA researchers studied the wrecks off North Carolina.
The coast of North Carolina is the final resting place for hundreds of shipwrecks. And so, in order for us to understand how these
Yeah, I might go take Paisley for a late walk. It's 11 here, but I just got to see how she's feeling.
use these sites, including the large predators like sharks.
To get eyes on the wrecks,
Yeah, prayers up for Odin's son. Not doing too good right now.
they dive. Often a dangerous journey.
Yeah, happy belated birthday to your grandma, bro. Damn right. And some people, they I get it. Like Jameson Mays is a Titan fan, so he's just going to be Henry to the death. But I try not to look at it from a fan perspective. I just look at it from as an analytical, statistical perspective that I don't have any affiliation or with any team, and I'm just looking at based on what I think is going to happen, going into next year. So, all right, man. Have a great one, bro.
Over 200 sharks on some of these small islands of habitat.
Yeah.
Teams spend hundreds of hours observing these swarms of sharks.
All right, I got to take my chain off. My chain is hanging low. So let me take my chain off and my jersey off. And then I will check on Paisley. Give me like 2 minutes and I'll be right back. And then we'll go for a couple more minutes and we'll end the stream. So sweet photo of Arian Foster, though.
And sometimes we see sand tiger sharks cloaked in these large schools of bait fish. And so occasionally you'll see the sharks kind of unexpectedly part the bait ball and emerge from this almost invisibility cloak that the bait fish are forming.
It's a compelling observation. If sharks are using bait fish as camouflage to attack, they may be capable of using shipwrecks to camouflage in the same way. Ryan says it's neither.
There is really no evidence that sharks actively use these schools of fish or these shipwrecks to camouflage themselves. It's simply a situation where both these species love and want to hang out in the same environment.
Ryan re-examines the mat board attack and notices that the shark doesn't go for mat. It goes for his fish.
In my opinion, what we see in this example is not ambush hunting. It was about detecting a struggling fish. I don't think there was any deliberate intent by the shark to use the shipwreck as part of its hunting strategy. It was more a fact that these sand tigers, they love these shipwrecks to relax on, and this was also where the spear fishermen were hunting their fish.
It appears that the camouflage hide-and-seek theory is a bust. Investigators still cannot explain the frightening encounters on wrecks. But researchers soon find that sharks may be using shipwrecks in another way that puts divers and swimmers nearby at risk. A terrifying case in southern Florida provides a new clue.
Let's try to find some sharks here. I wouldn't mind if I said I wasn't a little bit nervous.
Shark Fest continues next on National Geographic.
This season, we're taking them off the level
I'm teaching my guests survival skills. They need to face the wild.
I'm sure if they got something to do, they can do it, right?
There's no turning back.
Talk me into this.
Running Wild with Bear Grylls, Monday at 9 on National Geographic.
Hey, I'm Jackie, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the chicken. It is golden brown, so juicy, it's so delicious. To all of my fellow non-breakfast people, this chicken biscuit is something different. It's the perfect savory start to my day.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 selling nerve care company. Nervive contains alpha-lipoic acid to relieve occasional nerve aches, weakness, and discomfort. Try Nervive Nerve Relief.
Your cravings are as unique as you are. And with over 1,400 delicious snacks, Nuts.com can satisfy everyone. Salty, sweet, healthy, or indulgent. Unbelievable variety, unbeatable freshness. And right now, get free shipping on your first order.
For the night owls, for the early birds, for the mentors, and the tough mothers. There's Granger, supplies and solutions for every industry, with real-time product availability online and next-day delivery options. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, Caesar. Come on in. Beautiful. Feels like home. People come over, they tackle, they push, jump. My goodness, guys, they're here. This dog is very sensitive.
We have so much work to do with these dogs and themselves.
You see the difference? It's pretty impressive. I don't train dogs. I train humans.
This is unbelievable.
Let's go.
Caesar Milan, Better Human, Better Dog. New season tomorrow at 9 on National Geographic. National Geographic proudly celebrates Disability Pride Month.
South Florida is world-renowned for its beaches. Most beachgoers have no idea the area's underwater attractions just offshore. And they're dangerous.
All right, I just got back. And I probably have to end the stream because I just went out there. The girlfriend is at Neighbors, and it's my girlfriend's daughter's birthday today, so they went to get mani-pedis, and they did that. When Paisley's not getting attention, she likes to be a princess brat and tear up the house. So that's comforters, sheets, pillows, anything that we have around the house. If we have stuff that's gifts, stuff with paper on it, stuff that's wrapped up, I go out there into the living room, and I shit you not, it was like an explosion of just paper and wrapping, peanut stuff, it's like something exploded in there. And then she's just sitting on the couch with this like guilty look. And normally I'll spank her, or give her a little tap on the head or a little tap on the butt. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to do that today, but it's not good. I just got done cleaning it up, and I cleaned her poop out there. But if she's already in this, I'm going to ruin your house if no one's paying attention to her. And it's like, I give her so much attention. It's like the only time I'm not is when I'm streaming. I got to be able to stream. But other than that, I'm, giving her snugs, and we're walking, I'm feeding her, and we're doing all that. So I think it might be time to be able to just call it. I got to be able to take care of her, so that way that there's no more damage there. So yeah, he's not doing too good, but hopefully things get a little bit better. But so hopefully, like I said, I cleaned a lot of this up, but I need to I need to be able to maintain and watch her. Otherwise, she's going to rip up stuff. I mean, literally, there was so much garbage that was there. So she just went on a rampage. When she's a puppy, she doesn't get the attention. She starts ripping stuff up. And like, there was like lotion that was wrapped up in like a box. She ripped it open, and there's like wrapping stuff like peanuts and all this other like, stuff that you do to like put in for protection, that stuff like that stuffing that you use for like packages and stuff like that. So yeah, so I got to go. I apologize. I wish I could stream for another 45 minutes or so, but I got to go. But let's take a last little peek. Let's see here.
I always knew there were sharks in the water, but I never expected.
So shout out to Eagles John with a 20, Mr. Williams with a 33, Holly Hundo with a 20, Chief with a $5. That's just on the Cash App with all the rest of the donations that we got. But she does it from time to time. But like if my girlfriend and my girlfriend's daughter are in the house, it's normally okay. But if no one's in the house except for just me and I'm working, or she'll be by my feet, and then she just gets in these modes where she's not getting petted or kissed, and she just rips shit up. And I bought her brand new cookies today. They were like $20. That were dog cookies that are blueberry through Petco. And then I bought her a brand new Tonka tire that has a rope on it. It's supposed to be one of the more thick plastic toys that won't like rip up right away. Because usually if I buy a toy, it's gone within like a day or a couple days. And this one's pretty heavy duty. So yeah, I got to go. But I love you guys and I appreciate you guys so much. Sarah, Chief, Megan, everyone else in the building, Mr. Williams, I love you guys and I appreciate you guys. And like I said, I'll be back tomorrow with another stream. And then Saturday, I'm going to the beach. I will be back Saturday night. And then on Sunday, we have Pocono. So I hope everyone has a fantastic day. I love you and I appreciate you. And I'll be back very, very soon. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. You know what it is. Jonathan Taylor, #1. Gang.